Just a confirmation that you were hearing me. Could someone confirm that?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. I would like to call this meeting to order. Heads of agencies, representatives from government and non-governmental organizations, members of the project team, representatives from the Environmental Assessment Board, members of the media, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to this virtual public disclosure meeting for the YellowTail Development Project Environmental Impact Assessment. I'm Candace Thompson, your chairperson for this evening's proceedings. In accordance with the Environmental Protection Act, Chapter 2005, Laws of Guyana, a 60-day public notice was published on October 14, 2021 for members of the public to review the environmental impact assessment for the YellowTail Development Project and make written submissions to the Environmental Protection Agency as they may consider appropriate. As complementary to that process, the EPA has requested that public disclosure meetings be conducted to ensure the concerns and recommendations made by stakeholders during the scoping process would have been adequately addressed in the environmental impact assessment study. Therefore, the main purpose of this meeting this evening is for the consultants to share the key findings of the YellowTail Development Project EIA with you and for the EPA to garner your feedback to inform its decision-making process. Just before we proceed to address a few protocols, if you haven't done so, I would recommend you sign in with your name, your full name, so that you can be appropriately addressed. We are all professionals here, well, at least most of us, I'm sure. So I implore you to be respectful in expressing your views and be cognizant of the perspective of others. In response to the media request about the extension of the time, I just want to make it clear here that your request has been considered. While the presentations would not be condensed to 30 minutes per se, they were condensed. However, the duration of the meeting has been extended. So we'll go until about 9 p.m. Thereabout. However, if pertinent matters are still to be addressed, we'll make a decision on the way forward. So it's now 9 p.m. We're looking at as the conclusion of the meeting. But of course, we want to ensure that your concerns and your questions and so on are adequately addressed. The meeting will be recorded for accuracy, and I believe a request was made as well for the recordings to be posted on the EPA's website. So the IT team will facilitate that upon conclusion of the meeting. After the presentations are completed, if you would like to make a contribution, kindly indicate by raising the virtual hand and you will be unmuted. When you're through making your contribution, we're just reminding you to take your virtual hand down so that we will be able to see the others who would want to contribute as well. During the presentations, questions and recommendations and so on will be monitored, so you can start placing those in the chat and they will be monitored and addressed at the appropriate time. For the purpose of recording and accountability, please ensure that when you are asking your question or making your contributions, you state your name and which organization you're representing, if you're representing one, if that's relevant. If you're just a member of the public, that's fine, before you proceed to make your contributions. Remember to keep your questions, comments, and recommendations within the context of the YellowTail Environmental Impact Assessment, which will be presented this evening. And remember as well to be succinct in your submissions to allow as many persons as possible to participate in this process. All right, so with that, I will now hand the virtual platform over to EEPGL and the consultants to share the key findings of the EIA, after which we will open the meeting for questions, comments, concerns, recommendations. So you can begin typing your questions in the chat, but just know that they will be addressed at the appropriate time. Thank you very much, and I do look forward to a very insightful, constructive, and productive meeting this evening.
Okay, this is Jason Willey from ERM. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet, Jason.
We're not seeing your screen as yet.
Okay, not sure why. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, got it.
Great. Okay. Okay, so as
I'm good to kick off, Jason. Thank you, Ms. Brower. Good evening. I'm Stephen Laws. I'm the projects manager for SO Exploration and Production Guyana Limited, or commonly referred to as ExxonMobil Guyana. So I'm going to give you an overview of the Stabroek YellowTail development project. On this first slide, just let me orient you a little bit. The map in the top left there, you can see Liza 1 and Liza Phase 2 in the bottom left there in the green and orange colours. Up in the top left is the Payara development, and then in the bottom right corner of that map there, and the zoom in, is the YellowTail development, which we're here to talk about today. It's this development is about 200 kilometres offshore Guyana in the Stabroek block. We are looking at this as the fourth project behind the other three I just mentioned. It's up to 67 development wells. There will be subsea, and it's looking to produce around about 250,000 barrels of oil a day. That oil will travel from the flow lines, from the well flow lines, and then through up the risers that connect to the FPSO. And that FPSO is that floating production, storage, and offtake vessel. Now, importantly, with the associated natural gas that comes with the oil, that will be used for fuel on the FPSO, small amount of it, and then majority re-injected into the reservoir to maintain reservoir pressure. Sorry for the volume. I have the speaker next to me. I'll speak a little louder. Is this better? Okay, just testing. Can anyone else hear me?
Steve, I can hear you fine. Are you ready for the next slide?
Yeah, let me recover that. I've got the speaker right next to me.
Okay.
Let me recover that, and I'll try and speak a little bit slower and more clearly so that folks can hear. So this project is the fourth project. It's around 200 kilometres offshore Guyana. It's the blue dot on the map in the left there. We're developing up to 67 subsea development wells, and the oil production rate is around about 250,000 barrels per day. The oil travels through the flow lines from the wells, and that goes up to the floating production, storage, and offloading vessel, the FPSO. And importantly, with this development, like others, the associated natural gas that comes with the oil will be used for fuel, a small amount used for fuel on the FPSO, and the majority re-injected into the reservoir to maintain oil pressure and improve oil recovery. Next slide. So just to give some perspective, on this slide we have the three vessels to date. The Destiny FPSO, which is producing offshore Guyana at the moment. The Unity FPSO, that's an image out of Singapore. It was being towed over to Guyanese waters and arrived just recently. That's in the bottom of the picture. And then the Prosperity FPSO is on the top right there, and that's currently in Singapore in the fabrication yards. These FPSOs, the Unity, Prosperity, and YellowTail, are around about 340 meters long and about 60 meters wide. And for perspective, it's larger than the Guyana National Stadium. Next slide. So there's a little bit of information on this slide, and I'll just cover some of the high points. We've got YellowTail on the left-hand side of the table, and then Payara, then Liza Phase 2 and Liza Phase 1 on the right-hand side of the table. And this is going through the major components of the development. As I mentioned, each one of these developments is a single FPSO, floating production, storage and offloading, or offtake vessel. And the distance is around about 200 kilometers from shore in the Stabroek block. The FPSOs, each of them is moored to the seafloor, a spread moored system with mooring lines connected to the anchor piles that are embedded in the seafloor. And if you look there at the approximate production capacity for oil, we've got meters cubed per day, but commonly in KBD, thousands of barrels per day. This YellowTail development is the largest of the four at around 250,000 barrels a day, with Unity and Liza Phase 2 and Payara, at 220,000 barrels a day, and Destiny's around about that 120,000 barrels a day. That each of these vessels has a storage capacity for oil. This YellowTail vessel has a double hull vessel and can store 2 million barrels of oil. And with that sort of volume, there's offloading frequency by export tankers around every 4 to 6 days. As I mentioned on the wells, the wells will be between about 41 and 67 wells to develop the YellowTail and Redtail fields. Next slide, please. Thank you. So a few other pieces of the project components I'd like to highlight. The surface facility, I've talked through that one. The subsea piece, subsea production trees and gas and water injection trees. They're clustered around subsea manifolds. The umbilicals, which are essentially the control lines attached from those manifolds over to the FPSO. And the risers and the flow lines, they connect those drill centers with the FPSO. Drill ships are needed for this development. Each development may use multiple of these dynamically positioned drill ships to drill the up to 67 wells required for the development. And to do developments such as these, there's onshore support as well, logistics support. So including shore bases, we share infrastructure there, pipe yards, fabrication facilities, supply vessels and waste management. And those marine vessels are often used to supply the FPSOs and the drill ships, and helicopters as well for personnel transfer. On this slide, a high-level schedule to give you an appreciation of the steps for this development. The project's going into engineering at the moment, and it's engineering and designing the FPSO and the SURF, that's that subsea piece. Once that engineering is all complete in that 2023 timeframe, fabrication and integration of the FPSO components will be completed before that vessel is towed to Guyana in that 2025 timeframe. And on the SURF, all that manufacturing and transportation will occur in parallel. There will be installation campaigns offshore in 2024 and 2025 to install the SURF, those flow lines, and then hooking up and commissioning and start up of the FPSO in that 2025 period. Drilling will continue in parallel with the fabrication and manufacturing process and installation offshore, by several drill rigs as needed, and then targeting first oil at the end of 2025, which then puts us into the 20 plus year of production operations. Slide. Just before I close out and hand over to ERM, a little bit on alternatives. When we look at developing oil and gas fields offshore in the deep water like this, we look at the location. The location needs to be near the reservoir to be efficient there with the flow lines and develop that reservoir. We look at development concept, what type of drilling facilities, production facilities, how we do the crude offloading. We look at how to manage the gas and produce water. And we're always looking at technologies on things like drill cuttings, gas processing, compression, power generation, produced water treatment, and the seawater treatment to maximise the value there. Okay, so with that, I'll pass over to ERM. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Welcome, everybody. My name is Todd Hall. I'm with ERM. And I want to thank everyone for their time and joining. We've got a large number of people here. It's fantastic to see. And so thank you for spending the time so we can work through the results of our environmental impact assessment for the YellowTail development project. So I'm again with ERM, which is a global consultancy with a registered office in Guyana. And we were approved by the EPA to serve as the independent contractor to prepare the EIA under EPA's direction, and we'll be presenting the key points of our findings today. We do have quite a bit of information to cover. For those of you that have had a chance to review the EIA, you'll know that it's a substantial document. So we're going to move fairly quickly through the presentation today, focusing on the issues that are really some of the key takeaways, but of course, any topics in the EIA are open for Q&A, and at the back end of the presentation, we will have plenty of time for questions and answers. So as Ms. Brower-Thompson mentioned, please do hold your questions till the end. Feel free to put them in the chat box, and we'll work through those when we get to it at the end. Next slide, Jason. So I just want to take you quickly through the process that got us to where we are today. So in early April 2021, EEPGL filed an application for environmental authorization for the YellowTail development project. And that, after EPA's formal finding that an EIA was determined to be required, that initiated the formal process of preparation.
Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. You're sounding a bit muffled. Could you check your audio or speak a bit more into the microphone?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, no problem. So the EPA determined an EIA was required shortly after that application was submitted, and a public notice initiated a scoping period. And some of you may have joined some of the scoping meetings back in May and June. For those that did, welcome back, and hopefully you'll hear some of the topics that you might have discussed today. We went through a process of reviewing the scoping comments that were received in May and June, and that information informed the development of what's known as a terms and scope for the EIA. And this is essentially the rule book under which the EIA is conducted. Following the issuance of the terms and scope by the EPA, the EIA process proceeded. Stakeholder engagement continued for an additional several months, and the EIA was submitted to the EPA in mid-October of this year, initiating a public notice period that we're about halfway through right now. And so we have about another month in the 60-day comment period, which concludes in mid-December. And this is one of the key steps in the EIA process for the EIA consultant to present the findings and receive any questions or further input from the stakeholders on the EIA itself. Next slide, please, Jason. So for those that aren't familiar, just quickly, what's the purpose of the EIA? So the purpose of the EIA really, it's got a few points. Firstly, it's to describe the project, to explain clearly what's being proposed, not just the key aspects of the engineering for the FPSO itself, but all the supporting activities that will be involved in making the project happen. Then to describe the existing conditions within what we call the project's area of influence. And that's so that we can understand before we start to do an impact assessment what the conditions are for the various resources and receptors that could potentially be affected by the project. That then allows us to move through a process of assessing environmental and socioeconomic impacts on those resources. One slide back, please, Jason. And in doing so, prioritize and rate those impacts so that we can propose strategies to manage the more significant adverse impacts or to enhance some of the benefits. And at the end of the day, the intent of the EIA is to provide the factual and technical basis for the EPA to make an informed decision on the application to permit the project. So with that, I'm going to hand it to Anna Sunby, and she's going to go over some of the public comments that we received in the scoping period.
Great, thanks, Todd. So yeah, as Todd mentioned, the scoping period was a really, key step in the early stages of the EIA. And we had a number of consultations that I expect a number of people in the room here today were involved in as part of that scoping phase. So in developing the terms and scope, we considered all the comments that were received. Those are all documented in Chapter 4 of the EIA, and they're summarized here on this slide and the next. So we've summarized them here based on sort of the key topics and themes that came through, and we heard things like climate change and flaring, as well as impacts on water quality and fisher folk, and other topics. So it's not an exhaustive list as shown on the slide here. And we can go to the next slide just to get a flavor of the rest of the comments. But there is much more detail provided in the EIA. And I'll just emphasize here that we absolutely looked at every comment that we received either during the scoping meetings or otherwise. And it has been a useful thing for us to understand as we have developed the EIA, understood what people are really concerned about, and we've tried our best to address these topics, to address each of these themes in the presentation that we'll be going through today. On to the next slide. This is really the roadmap for the EIA. So we looked at 25 resources in all. They're shown in these boxes in these kind of 3 pillars. So we have 3 categories of resources that we looked at in the assessment. We have our physical resources, which is our water quality, air quality, climate change, noise or sound impacts, and then geology and sediments. In the middle, we have our biological resources. So these are our fish and animals, everything from the benthos on the bottom of the sea to larger marine mammals, as well as coastal wildlife. This also includes looking at habitats and sort of ecosystems and how those all fit together. And then on the right-hand side, we have our socioeconomic resources. So here we're looking, not only at jobs and revenues and livelihoods, but also how are people using the environment? How might some of those environmental impacts make their way to impacts on people and communities as well? So we looked at traffic and transportation, both on land and in the water. We looked here at land use and at livelihoods, specifically at fishing livelihoods. So we'll talk through each of these 25 resources on the physical, biological, and socioeconomic side in the remainder of this presentation. Before we get into the findings of the impact assessment, I'm going to hand over to Jason, who's going to talk us through some of the sort of baseline study highlights from this project.
Right, thanks, Anna. So my name is Jason Willey. I'm the project manager for ERM for the YellowTail EIA. I've also been the project manager for ERM's support for the previous 3 development projects, LISA Phase 1, LISA Phase 2, and Payara. So I'm just going to very briefly talk about a few examples of the about 15 different environmental and social studies that we've conducted in Guyana to support all of the EIAs, including Yellowtail, since about 2014. And the data from these studies, as Anna said, were used to inform the impact assessments for the physical, biological, and socioeconomic resources resource assessments that Anna mentioned in the last slide. So the first study I'm going to talk about, and again, these are just examples of the types of studies we did. It's not an exhaustive list, but the first one I'm going to talk about is the air quality study. The air quality study included a collection of onshore and offshore air quality data. It extended over multiple years, and the onshore component included collection of air quality data over several different regions along the coast, and then the offshore component included several survey trips to the block, to the Stabroek block, to collect offshore air quality data. It was led in the field by Guyanese experts, and the results of the air quality study showed that pollutant concentrations are generally low and below international human health guidelines, with the exception of particulate matter in some locations along the coast. And this data was used not only to describe the baseline conditions in the air quality section of the EIA, but also as inputs to the air quality modeling analysis that we did for the impact assessment for air quality. The next study I'm going to talk about is the participatory fish study. This was also led in the field by Guyanese experts, and it is an ongoing study. It's still going on right now. This study also extended over multiple years. We collected information along the entire coast in all of the 6 coastal regions from Guyanese fishermen with multiple survey trips. And the purpose of this study was to characterize fishing communities and map local fisheries, including where the fisher folk go when they're at sea to catch fish. And unlike the biological fish study, which was another fish-oriented study that we conducted, the participatory fish study assessed the human and economic aspects of fisheries, including what people are catching, where they're fishing, what the economic considerations are that they have to deal with in the running of their day-to-day business, such as what they're getting paid for fish, any challenges that they might have to their business, for example, access to ice, transportation, how much fuel might be costing them, those sorts of things. The third study that I'm going to talk about is the coastal sensitivity mapping study. This used a combination of remote sensing and field work to verify what we were seeing in our remote sensing data. Like the participatory fish study, it encompassed all 6 coastal regions, and it created the first set of maps of their kind for Guyana, and it was used to inform not only certain aspects of the impact assessment, but also the oil spill response plan. There were several components of the coastal sensitivity mapping. The first one was an assessment of the shoreline types along Guyana's coast using the U.S. National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration's Environmental Sensitivity Index, which scores the types of shoreline habitats on a scale of 1 to 10 based on their sensitivity to the effects of oiling. And this scale considers the ecological value of specific types of shoreline, whether the oil would adhere to shoreline or not, and how easy it would be to clean if oil did reach the shoreline. And then we also look particularly at mangroves. We know mangroves are the most sensitive shoreline type, and since we know that they're so important for Guyana, we evaluated individual stands of mangroves to determine their sensitivity to impacts. And then the third major component of the coastal sensitivity mapping that I want to talk about is the ecosystem services study. So we went and we asked locals, what about their specific shorelines are sensitive, whether it could be access for fishing or concerns about flooding, cultural significance, that type of thing. And we added those sensitivities to the maps. And that's what you see as the different colored circles on the map in the upper right. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Todd, and he's going to go through the summary of the EIA results.
Great. Thanks, Jason. So Jason's covered just a few of those more than dozen studies, most of which are multi-year studies that contributed to our understanding of the existing conditions for the resources. And I'm going to start us off now on the discussion around the assessment of potential impacts and risks to those resources. So for each of the 25 resources that Anna presented in the earlier slide, the physical, biological, and socioeconomic, the EIA looked at three things. First, we looked at the potential impacts on those resources from activities that are planned as part of the project. The second thing we looked at was the risks to those resources from events that are not planned to occur as part of the project, but could potentially occur. And we refer to those in the EIA as unplanned events. And then third, we looked at the combination of the potential impacts from the YellowTail project on those resources, combined with the potential impacts from other projects or other activities besides YellowTail. And we refer to those as cumulative impacts. So all three of those were assessed for each of those 25 resources. So you can imagine that depending on the resource, depending on the impact, the way in which the impact is assessed will differ in a way that's appropriate for the resource, but to allow us to have a consistent way of identifying priority impacts and risks, we used a consistent scheme that allowed us to identify those impacts that were of a lower significance as compared to those that were of a higher significance. And the reason we did that was to focus the effort on identifying mitigation measures and management measures on addressing those impacts that are of a higher significance. A few of the impacts we identified were positive in nature. In other words, they were benefits, and you can see a couple of those on the slide here. Many of the impacts and risks we assessed were rated at a lower significance level, and there were a few that were rated at a higher significance level. And the ones that are rated at a higher significance level are generally what we're going to talk about in the presentation today, just in the interest of time. Now, that said, the EIA goes into the same level of detail, the same robust justification and discussion for every impact and risk that we looked at, whether it was concluded to be of lower or higher significance. So there is substantial information in the EIA that justifies the conclusions, explains the conclusions, but again, in the interest of time, we're going to focus on those that are of a higher significance for the rest of this presentation. Okay, next slide, Jason. So you're going to see one of these types of slides for each of physical, biological, and socioeconomic, and I want to give you a little bit of a run through as to how to read it. So on the left-hand side, in the column on the left, you'll see the resources. In this case, these are the 5 physical resources that were shown on the table that Anna presented earlier. Across the top, in the middle 3 columns, you'll see the planned activities of the project, the 3 phases. And then in the far right, you'll see the various unplanned events that we assessed as part of the EIA. And the boxes in the middle represent the specific impacts or risks that we assessed. Now, the colors mean something, and they're consistent with what I mentioned on the last slide. The colors of the boxes, if they're shaded light gray, it means that the EIA concluded that that particular impact was assessed to be of a lower significance. If they're yellow or orange, the EIA concluded they were assessed to be of a higher significance. And again, that's generally what we're going to speak about in the presentation today. Okay, next slide, Jason. So one exception to what I just said is air quality. And if you'll recall from the last slide, it was on the top row there, it stated that potential impacts to air quality were concluded to be of a lower significance. But we did quite a bit of work to reach that conclusion, and I wanted to share that with the participants today, just to make sure that's clear. As Jason indicated, we have almost a year's worth of ambient air quality data collected from a number of locations along the Guyana coast, and that contributed to our understanding of the existing pollutant concentrations in the airshed, which allow us to put into context predictions of potential impacts to air quality from the project. The next thing we did was we built a full, what we call emissions inventory for the project. And what we do here is we take the full engineering design of the project, as well as all of the supporting activities, the support vessels, the helicopters, all of the things it takes to make that project come together, from construction and installation all the way through the end of life, so more than 20 years. And we calculate, based on standard engineering design principles, the emissions that will come off of the project on a year-by-year basis. We then use a computer model to model the transport of 6 criteria pollutants. So these are the 6 pollutants that are generally looked at by regulatory jurisdictions, modeling the transport of those pollutants as they move from the block 200 kilometers from shore to the Guyana shoreline and onto shore where potential receptors could be. We then compare the maximum predicted onshore concentrations anywhere on land to almost 20 different guidelines from the World Health Organization and the US EPA, and those guidelines are developed to be protective of human health. And when we did that, what it showed us is that the maximum predicted onshore concentrations of any of those 18 guidelines, there was one constituent, nitrogen dioxide, that got as high as about 6.3% of a respective guideline. So in other words, about 15 times lower than the maximum health-based standard. All the other pollutants were less than 1% of their respective guidelines. So in other words, about more than 100 times lower than the guideline. And there's a couple reasons for that. First is that, again, it's 200 kilometers from shore. There's quite a bit of distance for those emissions to disperse as they move their way to shore. But there's also almost 40 different controls that are in place to reduce emissions. And some of those key controls, as Steve indicated earlier, include reinjection of associated gas instead of continuously flaring it, and other techniques to minimize non-routine flaring. Next slide, Jason. So one of the other physical resources was climate and climate change, and this is one of the ones that was rated at a higher significance. Now, a project of this nature will emit greenhouse gases, and so the EIA was focused on assessing the measures that the project will have put in place to reduce those emissions to the extent practicable. Now, those same 37 measures that will reduce pollutant emissions, as per the previous slide, will also serve to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And in total, when you look at the way the project is designed and the way it will be operated, the reduction is about 80 to 84% for greenhouse gas emissions. And that's compared to the emissions that would come out with no embedded controls or mitigation measures and with routine flaring of associated gas instead of reinjecting it. The biggest reduction comes from that reinjection of the gas rather than flaring it. But another key measure that's put in place is that the YellowTail project will include what we call sparing, which is the installation from the very beginning of spare compressors on the FPSO, not stored onshore, waiting to be moved out as needed, not in a factory somewhere waiting to be installed, but installed from the beginning before startup even occurs, so that when there's a maintenance situation or a reason why one of the compressors needs to be taken down temporarily, the flow can be switched over to the standby backup compressor. And that significantly reduces both the duration and the frequency of non-routine flaring in instances such as maintenance. Okay, next slide, Jason. And then the last physical resource that had one of those colored boxes, so one of those higher significance impacts, is related to marine water quality. And the specific impact relates to the drilling phase. in which the discharge of cuttings during the drilling process will produce a temporary increase in turbidity levels around the well. And this has the potential to impact marine life during the period when these turbidity levels or these increased total suspended solids levels are present. And Jason's going to cover those in greater detail when he talks about potential impacts to specific biological resources. But in short, there are a number of management measures that are put in place by the project, such as the use of international standards for treatments of effluent discharges and discharges of cuttings that will serve to reduce these impacts. And with that, I will pass it back to Jason, and he'll take us through the same set of discussions for biological resources.
Okay, thanks, Todd. So for biological resources, like Todd said, I'm going to follow the same sort of format that he did for physical resources. Although for biological resources, we have 3 of these summary tabular type slides because we just have more biological receptors than physical receptors. So I'm like Todd did, I'm only going to focus on the receptors or resources that had more significant or above negligible impacts rated. And for the first of those is seabirds. So for seabirds, we're primarily going to concentrate on impacts during the operational phase. For other resources that you see here on this slide, like coastal habitats, protected areas, where the most significant impacts we would be predicted would only occur for unplanned events such as oil spills or vessel strikes. So I'm not going to pay too much attention to them. I'm just going to focus on the resources where we have significant impacts from planned events. Later on in the presentation, we'll talk about unplanned events. Moving on to the next set of biological receptors, the focus for marine mammals and riverine mammals will be on sound during drilling and production operations for marine mammals, and then we'll also focus on exposure to vessel traffic in the harbor for riverine mammals, rather. And then looking at the third and final set of biological resources that we're going to cover, for marine fish, I'm going to talk primarily about impacts during the early on in the project life cycle, during drilling and installation, and those impacts range from minor to moderate, depending on the species that we're going to be talking about. For ecological balance and ecosystems, we'll discuss impacts from invasive species during the entire project life cycle. And then for benthic organisms, we're going to focus on the ratings, the positive rating resulting from creation of artificial habitat during production and decommissioning phases. Now, for marine fish, I want to go back to marine fish for a minute. You saw there you can see that there is a little orange box that says that has 2 S's in it. You saw that for seabirds, and you see it again here. Now, we know that some groups of animals include rare or threatened species, and by virtue of their threatened status, they are by definition more sensitive to any type of impact than other species. For the purposes of this EIA, we've treated sea turtles and marine mammals as if they were all rare or threatened, because many of them are, and others are protected by treaties and so forth. But for seabirds and marine fish, we've made a distinction between the sensitivities of the more common species and the sensitivities of those that are more rare, which is why there's an orange colored insert here for what we call special status species. So the special status marine fish, those that are rare or threatened, received a higher sensitivity rating and therefore received a higher impact rating than the more common fish, and it was the same for seabirds. So moving into the resource specific discussions, most impacts on marine fish would be negligible, but minor impacts could occur due to certain project activities. The most sensitive or the most significant impacts would be related to the effects of decreased water quality on the fish, and these would be most significant during the early in the project life cycle, when water quality would be affected by both drilling activities and discharges from vessels. The most significant impacts to water quality would be in the immediate mixing zone around the FPSO, close to where the discharges are occurring. And these effects would dissipate rapidly, as predicted by the water quality model that Todd mentioned. And the model specifically shows that marine water quality would meet all applicable international standards within about 100 meters from the FPSO's hull. So there's a potential for a significant impact within that, what we call the mixing zone around the FPSO, but outside of that area, we're predicting that water quality would essentially meet all applicable standards. There would be changes in fish distribution and habitat due to the deposition of cuttings on the seafloor during drilling, but we've rated these impacts as negligible because of the small area of effect compared to the size of the seafloor ecosystem in the block, and also because there are strong, deep currents in the block that would tend to erode those piles from the moment that they're created. Now, deep water species would be expected to move away from the initial turbidity plumes created by the drilling activities, but we are expecting that they would remain in the general area because there'd also be an increase in food availability for those fish as invertebrates are disturbed by the drilling activities and enter the water column. There could be some uptake of fish eggs and larval fish and other marine life forms in the ballast and the cooling water intakes, but the vessels will be equipped with screens to limit that uptake, and any mortality associated with the uptake of the early life stages would be insignificant compared to normal natural mortality rates. Near the surface, we are predicting that lights from the vessels and sound from the vessels could alter fish distribution, again in the immediate vicinity of vessels, but we're not expecting this effect would be substantial enough to result in changes at the population level or the ecosystem level. Now, all of these impacts, as I indicated previously, are rated higher for special status species. So some of these impacts could reach the moderate level for certain special status species due to their increased sensitivity, but for most fish species, they would be in the minor to negligible range. And then the final impact or effect I want to talk about is a positive effect due to the structures that would be sitting on the seafloor. They would create artificial habitat for marine fish, and we're expecting that once the initial impacts from the drilling and installation phase are over with, that fish would be attracted to those structures as positive habitat features. In terms of the management measures to manage the negative impacts, the most significant management measure is adherence to international standards. As long as the water quality meets international standards outside of the mixing zone, and we predict it will, then that will tend to manage a lot of the most significant impacts on fish. Okay, so moving on to seabirds. Again, we have impacts. We predicted the impacts on seabirds would range from negligible to minor, again with one positive effect. The negative impacts on seabirds that we're predicting primarily relate to interaction with the FPSO and other vessels. So birds could be injured or killed due to interactions or collisions with the FPSO or other vessels. They could also be disturbed or have their migration patterns altered by lights or sound coming from the FPSO or the other vessels operating offshore. We did, during our offshore seabird surveys, we did document that certain migratory birds will use offshore vessels as resting places during their migrations. We actually saw birds doing this, and so we are predicting that there is going to be some level of positive effect from migratory birds using these vessels, particularly the FPSO, because it'll be stationary over a couple of decades as a resting place. And we also know that the attraction from light can also attract prey, such as marine fish, and to the extent that it would concentrate prey, that would also be a positive effect. The management measures that we're recommending are where reasonably practicable, direct the lighting on the FPSO and other project vessels only to operational areas, rather than just blanketing the sea surface or letting those lights project into the sky. That'll minimize the effect of the lighting, and then also adhering to the maritime safety regulation and standards for lighting on vessels, and then of course also the marine quality, the marine water quality standards will also help to address any impacts from seabirds contacting the ocean. Okay, the next one is marine mammals. So most of the impacts on marine mammals relate to impacts from sound. So there is the potential for injury to marine mammals from sound. We know that marine mammals use sound to navigate and locate prey and communicate, so they are very sensitive to artificial noise in the ocean. But their degree of sensitivity varies by species and type of sound. We conducted sound modeling to compare sounds from the project to known injury thresholds for marine mammals from the literature. And for all scenarios, the model conducted that the potential for injury is very low. And that's due to a combination of the volume of the sounds that would be produced, the time the mammals would be exposed to the sound, and the depths at which they would be produced. As previously predicted or discussed for fish, permitted discharges from the project could have a negligible impact on mammals, but again, because of the small size of the mixing zone, we're predicting that to be negligible. And then also offshore lighting could have a positive effect for mammals, again, primarily because it would concentrate food resources similar to the effect on seabirds. The management measures that we're recommending are to follow the JNCC guidelines for management of artificial noise in the marine ecosystem. The JNCC is an international body of scientists that have come up with guidance specifically for managing sound in the ocean, and we recommend that those be followed. Also employing trained marine mammal observers during impulsive noise activities. So these are activities that have a rapid onset and decay rather than a long duration, because those tend to be the most disturbing to marine mammals. Also, if seismic operations are done during drilling, we propose that they be avoided or rescheduled if marine mammals are sighted within a zone around the wellhead, and then also using soft start procedures, which is kind of a blanket term for just starting up noise producing equipment gradually, so it gives the marine mammals a chance to vacate the area before they're disturbed or injured. The next resource I'm going to talk about are riverine mammals, and really the only impact that rose to the level of being minor or above would be behavioral changes or displacement as a result of vessel traffic. And here primarily we're talking about the manatees in the Demerara River. The shore bases that the project would use would all be in the Demerara Harbor or in Georgetown Harbor, so the lower river, and manatees do occur there with some frequency. And the primary recommendation we're making here is to just make sure that the marine vessels calling on the shore bases are regularly maintained and are operated in accordance with the manufacturer's specifications, because well-maintained equipment generally operates at a lower volume. And then the last biological resource that I'm going to talk about is ecological balance and ecosystems. This is a little bit unlike some of the other resources. All the other resources are taxonomic categories, so they're types of animals, right? This is more of a higher level resource that takes into account ecosystem level effects. And there are 3 effects that we evaluated in the EIA at the ecosystem level, and that's changes in the marine nutrient cycle, primarily from discharges, impacts on gene flow, which could occur if the project affected the way animals move, migrate through the marine ecosystem, and then introduction of invasive species through ballast water. The introduction of invasive species got the highest rating. That's a minor. We know that has been a problem in other parts of the world, and we're recommending two management measures specifically to address the invasive species issue. The first one is to comply with the international standards and guidelines for discharges to the block. That requires those discharges to be treated so that invasive species aren't introduced to the block, and then also following applicable international guidelines for ballast water management. And that primarily means exchanging ballast water while at sea before tankers come to the FPSO to receive the oil. That way, they're not bringing in animals or plants from another coastal region in another part of the globe. They're essentially exchanging seawater for seawater. Okay, and with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Anna, and she'll do the same as I just did for socioeconomic resources.
Great, thanks, Jason. So in our in-person meetings that we've had over the last couple of weeks, at this point, I would be joined by some of my Guyanese colleagues from our ERM office in Georgetown and from one of our subcontractors, SEMCO, to talk with me through the socioeconomic assessment and some of the engagement that underpinned it. Unfortunately, they couldn't join us today because they're actually out in the field and continuing to engage with some of the local communities. So I'll do my best to summarize on their behalf here. So in preparing for the EIA and for the socioeconomic components of the EIA specifically, we made an effort over the last months to engage with communities and stakeholders to understand the current baseline, including changes that have occurred, especially over the last year or two, with things like the COVID pandemic, the floods earlier this year, and the increasing oil and gas activity in the country. So through that, we engaged with communities and Toshaos along all the coastal regions, as well as with government agencies and other stakeholders. And we took what we heard through that engagement, what we heard about how things have been changing on the ground in some of these communities, and that has really informed the EIA. So it's been incorporated into Chapter 8 specifically, and it's informed our assessment that we'll describe today. So this is the first of 2 slides summarizing the socioeconomic resources. So we looked at 10 socioeconomic resources overall, and some of these had project benefits, and they're shown in green here. So that's increased employment and business activity and related impacts on income and revenue. And then we also looked at potential negative impacts, and that includes impacts on fishing livelihoods, potential competition for skilled labor, community health and well-being, and if Jason goes to the next slide here, We also looked at potential impacts on infrastructure and services, including, could there be overburdening of lodging and housing, things like traffic congestion, and also waste management facilities are one of the ones we'll focus on today here as well. Next slide. So we'll go through the highlights of the socioeconomic assessment. And the first one we'll look at in detail here is called Socioeconomic Conditions. And the first thing you might notice here is that there's a lot more green bullets than we've seen on some of the other slides. And these are marking some of the topics where we see some of the project benefits coming through. So some of the benefits on socioeconomic conditions more generally include contributions to GDP and tax revenues. We have hiring and procurement leading to increased employment and business activity, training and capacity building, and that applies to both workers and to supplier businesses. And then indirect and induced economic activity. So as businesses grow, as people are employed and they start to spend their money in the community, that has a trickle-down impact. It's not all positive, and we did look at negative impacts, as I mentioned, and it's actually when we look at some of the benefits that we need to recognize that there can be some negative downsides to them as well. So most notably, when we think of hiring, that's generally a good thing, but as EEPGL and its suppliers need to hire more, there could be more competition for skilled workers. And this could make it harder for local businesses to find and retain skilled staff, especially when there's specialized positions that overlap with the project's needs. Also, as the project supports rising incomes and household spending, it could potentially lead to some increased prices for goods and services. And both of these impacts, the competition for labor and the increased prices for some goods and services, are really expected to be focused in and around the Georgetown area, because that's where most of the hiring and business contracting activities will be based. In terms of management measures to either enhance or optimize the benefits or to minimize the negative impacts, so EEPGL has a clear commitment to employing Guyanese citizens and to procuring goods and services from local businesses, and they report on this on a quarterly basis. So 4 times a year they have a report on their Guyanese employment and procurement numbers. And then they're also partnering with local agencies to support local workforce development and business development programs. I know there were a number of meetings in the last week or so, sort of socializing that and sharing some information about some of those programs. And this is really, really going to help with the labor competition by building those skills throughout the workforce, so that there's less competition for some of those particular skill sets. On to the next slide, employment and livelihoods and marine use and transportation. So again, we have some benefits related to employment. And this includes, not only looking at who the project is hiring directly, but also what we call indirect employment, which is hiring by the businesses and the suppliers that are involved in the project. And then what we call induced employment, which is that people are spending more money in their communities. That's helping other local businesses grow and generating more jobs. That's employment. I won't spend any more time on that because we've covered it a bit in the previous slide. But when we look at livelihoods and marine use, here we're looking at activities in the marine area and how that could disrupt fishing activities and fishing livelihoods. So we know that the fishing livelihoods are really important up and down the coast. So we spent a good amount of time to consider these impacts. And we looked at 2 types of fishing activities. So we looked at commercial fishing. So the project development area is 200 kilometers from the coast, so it's quite a ways offshore. There's only a few larger commercial vessels that can go out this far. For those that do go that far, that do travel 200 kilometers from the coast, there'll be a marine safety exclusion zone around the project development area. And that means that area can't be fished in, or it can't be traversed through by commercial fishing vessels or other vessels. So that could be an impact on some of those vessels that do go out that far, because it'll restrict the area right around the project that they'll be able to use. But we also looked at the subsistence and artisanal fishing. So even for the vessels that don't go out that far, we looked at how they might be impacted. So people who are using areas closer to the coast, and they may really interact with the project mostly around the Georgetown Harbor area and the Demerara River, because there'll be project-related vessels going in and out of the harbor and the river. So that could cause some interactions with some of the smaller vessels, the subsistence vessels and other fishing vessels. So to manage these impacts for both the commercial fishing and the subsistence fisher folk, there'll be notices to mariners that are issued through MARAD and the Department of Fisheries, and that will communicate the movements of the major project vessels, both to the fishing stakeholders and to other members of the public. And that will be communicated, that will be supplemented by other communications by EEPGL's ongoing community relations activities. So there's ongoing communications about impacts, activities of the project and how that might affect fishermen, and also to hear from them about their concerns and changes as well. Next slide. So the next component we'll look at is community health and well-being. We looked at a few different impacts under this topic. So we looked at things like disease transmission and public safety, but these are really well managed under the health and safety protocols that EEPGL has in place. There were two issues that stood out as having a higher level of significance, and those are the ones we'll focus on here. So one of those relates to public health and emergency services. So basically, if the project and its workforce is going to use local health and emergency services, that could create increased demand or pressure on those and maybe overburden them or make them less available to local residents. This is certainly something we want to avoid. And so some of the measures that will be in place to help with this is that EEPGL will have medical personnel on board the FPSO and other major vessels, and those medical staff are going to be the first point of contact for any medical issues that arise in relation to the project. And they also have a dedicated ambulance for onshore transport, so there won't be competition for ambulance service either. So really the goal here is to make the project more self-sufficient and reduce reliance on some of the local health and emergency services. The other impact that we looked at relates to public anxiety, and we recognize that this can be a very real issue for some people and can have a very real impact on a sense of well-being. So the oil and gas industry is relatively new in Guyana, and it's understandable that there are some questions and concerns about the potential impacts of the project on things like the marine area, on livelihoods, on the health of fish, and other animals, and on people's health and livelihoods as well. So we've heard this a lot through our engagement. We've heard it in Region 1 as well as in other regions. And I'm not going to get too much into questions about oil spill modeling. Todd's going to share some more information on that a little bit later. But just to note here that from a well-being perspective, we did recognize that the concern or the worry about an oil spill is something that we thought was important to consider in terms of people's overall well-being. In terms of mitigation, again, we're really focusing here on transparency, sharing information, and having that continued engagement, both around the project activities more general and around oil spill response programs and the measures that will be in place for emergency preparedness and response, including, also the fishing communities along the coast and in Region 1. Next slide is social infrastructure and services. So this component was really looking at potential impacts on things like housing, on travelers lodging like hotels, and on traffic congestion. So all of these services are really focused in and around the Georgetown area because that's where we're expecting most of the project's onshore activities to be. So lodging and housing impacts could come from, at a very basic level, increased demand as the project activities ramp up and the workforce grow, whereas the traffic impacts, again, come from simply having more vehicles on the road in the Georgetown area, moving workers and materials around. And we know that there's already a high level of congestion in the Georgetown area, so there'll be an addition to that with those additional vehicles. Some of the management measures that will be in place here, again, communication and engagement being a big piece. We'll be sharing information about EEPGL's accommodation standards in an effort to spread the demand for hotels out over a greater number of hotels, so it's not getting pinched at a few suppliers. And then we also want to be clear about communicating employment and business opportunities accurately and managing expectations around that to avoid having an influx potentially of job seekers coming to the Georgetown area and looking for housing. So being clear, managing those expectations are a big part of our management of these impacts. And then on the final socioeconomic component that we'll look at today, the waste management component looks at impacts on both hazardous and non-hazardous waste management. And we'll talk here mostly about the non-hazardous waste that's planned to be disposed in the Higgs-Bosch landfill. So when we looked at this impact, we thought about, if the amount of waste generated by the project were so great that it were to affect other people or other businesses' ability to use the landfill, that would be a negative impact that we want to avoid. So there is a waste management plan in place for EEPGL's activities. Going beyond the YellowTail project. It covers all of their activities in Guyana, and that's really designed to minimize waste through recycling and reuse and other means for waste management. And then separately, EEPGL's monitoring the landfill capacity and the expansion plans for the landfill more broadly. So right now we can say that the peak waste volumes generated by the YellowTail project would be about 3% or less of the total demand by all current landfill users. So in the short term, the capacity of the landfill looks good, and EEPGL will stay in contact with the Ministry of Local Government and other relevant agencies about future plans for the landfill. So I hope that gave a good overview of the topics that we looked at in the socioeconomic assessment. There's much more detail provided in Chapter 8 of the EIA. And I'll pass back to Todd now, who will talk us through some of the unplanned events assessment, including the oil spill modeling and response.
Thanks, Anna. So as I mentioned on my earlier slide, in addition to assessing potential impacts from the activities that are planned to occur, the EIA also assessed risks from unplanned events. And again, so these are events that are not planned to occur but could potentially happen during the project life cycle. There were 7 or 8 different unplanned events that we looked at, which had potential impacts or risks to various resources depending on the event. The risks that were assessed at a higher significance included potential vessel strikes of marine mammals or marine turtles, and potential onshore vehicle accidents or an increase in a risk of vehicle accidents. A number of management measures are in place to reduce those particular risks with respect to the biological risk. That includes training of vessel operators to recognize and avoid marine animals. And with respect to the increased risk for traffic accidents, there is a road safety management procedure that's actually already in place for some of the earlier development projects to reduce that potential for additional traffic accident risk related to additional project vehicles on the road. The other unplanned event assessed at a higher significance is a marine oil spill, and I've actually got several slides to go through to get into more detail on that. So we'll head there next. Jason. So the EIA actually looked at a range of different oil spill scenarios, all the way from smaller volume spills to larger volume spills, spills of fuel from vessels to releases of crude oil in the block, near shore, offshore. So there was a wide range, both in terms of size and location. The spill that I'm going to focus on today is what's referred to as a loss of well control scenario. And this is a fairly rare event, but it's associated typically with during the drilling phase, when the drill ship loses control of the well and crude oil is released to the ocean. So again, highly unlikely, but the purpose of the EIA is to assess the potential consequences should such an event occur. Now, if such an event were to occur with respect to the Guyana shoreline, there are a number of factors that would reduce the severity, consistent with the discussion I had on air emissions. The wells themselves are about 200 kilometers plus from shore, so quite a distance to move before a shoreline impact would occur. The winds and the currents, as I'll get into on some of the next few slides, would tend to carry the spill to the west or northwest as opposed to directly at the Guyana shoreline. And then the nature of the oil means that it would tend to evaporate a bit more quickly as opposed to a heavier oil. Nevertheless, to assess the potential consequences of a marine oil spill, extensive modeling was conducted to predict the movement of a spill under various situations. And that included a number of scenarios. In the next few slides, we'll get into the results of that modeling in greater detail. All right, I'll try and speed it up here, Ms. Brower-Thompson. That this is a pretty meaty slide, so I'll move as quickly as I can through it here. So there were two potential release cases that we looked at for a loss of well control. Both reflect that unlikely event that the drill ship would lose control of a well, but the first represents a more credible scenario where some sort of obstruction would be present in the well, a piece of pipe or a piece of equipment that would restrict the flow of the oil from the well, and that's what's represented on this slide. Now, because the currents and winds change across the year, modeling was performed actually over 100 different simulations for this case. And that was in an effort to capture a range of different potential outcomes. And based on all of that, more than 100 modeling events, the first picture in the upper left essentially shows the chance that an oil spill would reach any particular location. And so I'll quickly explain how to read that. If you could read the bottom right box, the red box in the legend in the upper left, what you'd see is it says 90 to 100. And what that means is that out of those 100 events, 90 to 100 of those, the oil would be present somewhere in that red sort of almond shape in the left.
We're not hearing you, Todd.
And so essentially, this is a chance. This is a chance that that the oil would be in any particular location, depending on the day the release occurred and the winds and currents that were prevailing at the time. Now, what's important to understand is this map assumes that nothing is done to control the spills, which of course wouldn't be the case. But the purpose of the EIA is to assess what we call an unmitigated scenario, where the oil might go and how quickly it might go somewhere. Now, out of all of those 100 events, the event that the model predicted had the shortest time for the spill to reach a shoreline was selected, and that's what's shown in the picture in the upper middle. So that's a single simulation on a particular day. That blue color indicates that the spill would have moved through that location at some point during the model simulation. Again, this assumes that nothing would be done to control the spill, which is not a realistic scenario, but one that the EIA focuses on. The next figure shows to the right, in the upper right corner, shows modeling of what would happen if response measures were implemented, which of course would be the case. And as the picture shows, a response measure implementation would reduce the amount of ocean that the spill would cross. Now, we did the same modeling for June to November and December to May because the wind and current patterns tend to differ between those two periods, more westerly in December to May, more northwesterly in June to November. And as you can see, in the December to May, when there's a more westerly direction of flow, the spill would result in a greater chance that the Guyana shoreline would be impacted. Again, with response measures, that the amount of ocean area is reduced as it was with the June and November. Okay, next slide. Now, I talked about that, the more credible case. Now, this is referred to as the maximum worst case, and this is the same loss of well control scenario, so that same unlikely situation, but the additional unlikely situation where no obstruction would be present in the well, and that would allow the oil to flow freely from the well. What you'll see is that, you know, the chance maps, the two maps on the left, look pretty similar to the most credible case scenario. There's not very much difference. Some of the lines, some of the green lines sort of in the middle change a bit, but the amount of Guyana shoreline that has a chance of being impacted in December to May is about the same. The chance maps essentially are almost unchanged. Now, in the December to May timeframe, what you'll see is that when the computer model was used to find the event that had the quickest arrival at a shoreline, what it predicted that in the December to May, the plume would come ashore in region 1. Again, this is an unmitigated scenario. With implementation of response measures, as you'll see, you know, that the amount of ocean area that is crossed by the oil is reduced, but there's still a predicted shoreline impact in region 1. Now, the one thing that we don't show in these maps, because we don't ask the model to do that, is they don't show shoreline protection. And so that is an additional measure that's not depicted in these graphs, in these maps, but that's the reason for the coastal sensitivity mapping that Jason talked about earlier, to identify critical areas that need to be protected, and that would be implemented. So you know, the entire shoreline impact, were that unlikely spill to happen on this particular day, wouldn't be as reflected necessarily on this slide. Now, with that, I want to get into a few quick points on oil spill response. Next slide, please, Jason. So the EIA has got an oil spill response plan provided with it, describes all the processes and procedures that would be implemented. There are a number of tools that could be used to respond to a spill, and the OSRP, the oil spill response plan, goes into that in great detail. You know, some of the comments we received during scoping related to compensation for losses that could occur as a result of the spill. The EIA does have a claims and livelihood remediation process discussion in it, which addresses that compensation. Additionally, PGL and its partners have questions about insurance, do maintain insurance coverage, which includes coverage for liability and regaining control of the well. There's a lot more detail in the oil spill response plan, but in the interest of time, I'm gonna stop here and jump to a couple final topics before we get to Q&A. All right, so I mentioned that third component, the cumulative impact assessment, and this was an additional level of analysis where we looked at the impacts from the planned and unplanned events associated with the project, overlaid with potential impacts from other projects. We looked at other oil and gas developments, the gas to energy project, the Harbor Bridge replacement, Hope Wind Farm, shore-based projects, and of all the resources that we assessed, there were 3 that were identified as having a higher priority for impact management. So this is above and beyond the impact management that's already being proposed for the Yellowtail project. And you'll see those here. There were marine mammals, climate change, and waste management. With respect to marine mammals, the priority rating derives from the additional risk of vessel strikes as a result of more vessels on the water. In respect of climate change, similarly, more projects means more greenhouse gas emissions. And in the case with waste, more projects means more waste. And so there were specific management measures that were identified to address those combined impacts, such as sharing of support vessels between projects to reduce vessel trips, and continuing to assess measures to reduce GHG emissions during operations. And then finally, last slide. So this brings us to the summary and the recommendations based on the results of the EIA. So based on those results, the consultant team is recommending multiple levels of protection, and those include incorporation of all of the proposed embedded controls that are described in the EIA, and there's literally dozens and dozens of those. Adoption of the additional mitigation measures that are recommended to further address impacts beyond what those embedded controls already provide. Implementation of a suite of management plans that are provided in Volume 3 of the EIA, including the Environmental and Socioeconomic Management Plan, the Oil Spill Response Plan, the Waste Management Plan, among others. And maintaining that OSRP including all the associated activities such as oil spill response drills and simulations and exercises. And the overall result of implementing all of those recommendations is that the conclusion is that the project is expected to pose manageable environmental and socioeconomic impacts while offering the potential for significant socioeconomic benefits to Guyana. So, Jason, if you could take us to the next screen, that'll take us into Q&A. Ms. Brower-Thompson, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the presenters. So we are now at our Q&A segment. For those who joined a bit later, I want to welcome you to the virtual public disclosure meeting for the YellowTail Development Project EIA. Just to give you a few reminders as we move into this segment, I'm reminding you to be respectful in the expression of your views and to respect the perspective of others. Also, to state your name and the organization you're representing before you proceed to make your contribution. There are a few persons who haven't logged in with a name. We want to be able to address you appropriately, so kindly change the setting and ensure that you adjust that so you can log in with your full name. Remember to be succinct with your submissions so that we can allow as many persons as possible to participate in this segment. With that, I will move to the chat first. There are a number of questions in the chat, so I'll navigate between the chat and the raised hands. Some of the persons who have their hands raised, you also have questions in the chat. The persons monitoring the platform will indicate to me the order in which the hands were raised, and we will proceed. But let me go to the chat. I'll take about 3 questions from the chat, and then I'll take the persons who want to verbally pose their questions. All right, so the first set of questions to the consultant team I'm seeing from Janet Volcan. And she wants to know what are the different kinds of risks you would have to identify. How do you determine the probability of each risk? What are the range of intensities of the negative impacts and the probabilities to which it change over the range? And where in the EIA is time accounted for? So if you can be very pointed in your response to those questions, ERM.
Yeah, I can. This is Todd. I can tackle that at probably a medium level. So there is a chapter 4 of the EIA discusses the methodology that we use for both impact assessment and risk assessment. So there's a subsection in there that talks about the procedure that we use to assign a risk rating, all the way from low to moderate to major. That at a sort of macro level involves 2 primary components, what we call consequence and likelihood. Likelihood is the chance that the event would occur, the event that would result in the impact. And consequence is effectively rated the same way that we do potential impacts. In other words, when we rate consequence, we rate the severity of the impact, assuming that the unplanned event had occurred. And there's a lot more levels of granular detail inside that I won't get into on this call, but chapter 4 covers that in detail. And then with respect to the intensity ratings, which are a component of that consequence factor that I just discussed, there's actually, for each particular type of impact, there's a set of definitions that were developed that are appropriate for the resource, or in some cases for a specific impact to the resource, that rate that level of intensity based on a very objectively defined set of definitions. And so you'll find that in chapters 6, 7, and 8, and also in chapter 9, depending on the particular impact or risk you're looking at. So it's a very, it's a very sort of transparent way of demonstrating, the definitions that were established and the selections of those definitions that apply to particular situations, so that the same thing would any rater would using those same definitions would rate it the same way. There was a question about time factor, and I didn't quite follow the time question, but if it's about sort of extent of impact, maybe I'll surmise maybe that's the question. There are factors that feed into consequence or magnitude, and these are terms that factor into the various algorithms we use for ratings, that consider the extent and in terms of time and the frequency, in terms of is it episodic or is it continuous of the particular impact. So that is a factor that we consider when we rate the various terms that build up into a significance or risk rating.
All right, thank you. So there are a number of very insightful and constructive questions and comments in the chat, but I believe we might get through a bit faster if the persons are allowed to ask their questions. So we have noted your questions in the chat, but you will also be allowed to verbalize that. So at this time, could the tech team unmute? I'm seeing Dr. Belay, Diana, there's a Gary, and Miss Vanda. Could you unmute them one at a time so they can ask their questions?
So Dr. Jailal was unmuted.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so we have about a 5-part question there. So the EIA says that an oil spill has a high intensity of impact, very low probability. How do both intensities of impact and probability of occurrence change over time from the time you open a deep well to the decommissioning? Also, if a spill does occur and you clean up, where will you dump the toxic waste? The EIA says nothing about this.
You like me to take these one by one, Ms. Barr-Thompson, or work through all 5?
So you want me to go ahead and read all of them?
It's up to you. I can stop there if that's easier for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the question was how do the intensities or the probabilities change for an oil spill potential? And as I mentioned earlier, at a high level, this typically happens, a loss of well control. I won't say always, but most frequently when it does happen, it happens during the drilling phase, which is a couple of months for a well. I don't know if EEPGL, Steve, if you'd like to add on to that, but that's probably the high level answer to that part of the question.
All right, so when we talk about yellowtail, our history determines how we react to yellowtail. And so the question is there insurance for LISA 1, LISA 2? Which company issued the insurance? What is the third-party coverage? Where's the proof of the insurance? There was also no formal guarantee between ExxonMobil and the Guyana government that it would cover in full the shortfall of costs associated with an unmitigated spill, which are not covered by its subsidiary, the shell company EEPGL. Does the EPA think that is acceptable? And so if we do the same for Payara and now Yellowtail, is that acceptable?
Steve, do you want to take that one?
Ms. Bauer, I think the question was partly raised for the EPA. Would you like to answer? And then I'm happy to jump in if needed. Let me just address the the issue of assurance and insurance as well. Again, just reiterating that our first priority with all our projects is to put in place the mitigations and processes to prevent anything from happening. I know what we showed in the modelling was if something were to happen, and that's unlikely. Now, if something did happen, we will take that responsibility and repay and pay for all legitimate costs of that event. Now, we have the financial capability and capacity to meet that responsibility, and both under the Guyanese law and the petroleum agreement as well for the Stabroek block. Now, on insurance, recognising that that's one of many sources of financing that may be used, it's not going to prevent or delay a response to any incident. It's more for the Exxon Guyana and our co-venturers to recover any costs associated with an incident after the fact. So we do have insurance for those sorts of issues, but as I said, we have the capacity and capability and responsibility to pay legitimate costs for any incident, and we are here for the long term. It's in both our interest and the government of Guyana's interest to tackle any incidents that do occur. We've invested billions of dollars into the country, and we're here for the long term.
All right, so the presentation said the ocean currents might take the oil away from Guyana to other Caribbean countries. So whose responsibility will it be to pay compensation to Caribbean countries for damage to their economies? And a lot of those countries depend on tourism, shipping, fishing. In the event of a well blowout, will ESSO or the Guyanese people be responsible?
Yeah, good question. And again, I'll reiterate that we'll pay for legitimate costs for any incident and have to see what an incident looks like and then what costs there are that legitimately need to be paid for, and we'll take responsibility for that.
All right, so the next part of the question is our Vice President, Mr. Jagdeo, is reported to be asking Exxon to deposit US $2 billion for insurance. But when we recall the Macondo 2010 spill cleanup, the cost was more in the vicinity of 60 to 65 billion, and that included punitive damages. And so does the EPA consider 2 billion to be adequate if we were to get that?
Dr. Jailal,
Hello,
good
Mr.
night.
Parson. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Dr. Jailal and others, good night all. Very good questions indeed. But it's a question, I just want to say that we are currently working on the insurance aspects. And for this particular project, we are at the EIA stage. We have not gone forward to approving. And yes, insurance as provided for in the Act will be considered. And we are actually developing and negotiating with the company on the guarantors agreement, as the DP mentioned, and as well as there is individual insurance provided for each of the projects. Thank you.
All right, and so finally, the YellowTail proposal indicates that flow lines, umbilicals, abandoned equipment, mooring lines, anchor piles, subsea equipment, all will be abandoned on the seabed. And so this seems to be contrary to best practices in the oil industry. And so which best practice standards have you applied to this study? Is it the World Bank or the International Finance Corporation standards? Whose guidelines are you using? And what is the difference in risk between following international best practice and leaving all this toxic junk on the seafloor? How is this good decommissioning practice? And what guidelines are the EPA using to assess this in the EIA?
Well, I can start on that, and I'll let the company add on. This is Todd. So there is a preliminary decommissioning plan that's included in Volume 3 of the EIA, and it does cover this particular topic. It's a good question. The plan, which is preliminary in nature, envisions that the subsea equipment will be disconnected after it is flushed and prepared and potentially left in place on the seafloor, as you indicated. That's after it's flushed, so there won't be hydrocarbon materials left down there per se. And so that said, the decommissioning plan also states that alternative strategies will also be considered during the detailed decommissioning plan development based on the results of a series of comparative assessments that are described. And those comparative assessments are based on consideration of international guidance, specifically that from the UK, as well as other international guidelines. But that's one in particular that the preliminary decommissioning plan calls out. You know, it's notable that this is a preliminary plan for a reason, because, you know, that we're talking about something that will happen 20 plus years from now, and, you know, the state of the science, the state of regulations and guidance, I think we can all expect that will continue to evolve, and situations will continue to evolve. And so, the preliminary decom plan points out very clearly that a detailed comparative assessment will be done at the time that the decommissioning is being proposed, shortly before that period, so that, you know, current situations, current regulations can be taken into account.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jaila. I noted you had a number of questions, so we're going to come back to your other questions shortly, but let's just allow some other persons to ask their questions as well. Team, can you unmute the next person and indicate who it is, please?
Okay, to the top of my screen, we have Mr. Bulai, Alfred Bulai. So I'll unmute him.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Bulai, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. When oil is in the wells at high pressure, when it comes up, there's the pressure releases gases and water as well as oil. Now, this YellowTail is the fourth project, but there has been no monitoring results.
Mr. Bulai, can I interrupt you briefly? Can you try to project your voice a bit more? We're hearing you faintly.
This is the fourth project, and we have had no monitoring results as yet, despite asking for these, what has been monitored. We require volumes, how much oil, gas, and water, sewage, and we require their analyses. Without these analyses and these quantities, all the impacts discussed in the EIA will have no meaning, because we wouldn't be able to know how much is going off and what will be there to pollute the environment. So now I have asked EEPGL since February this year. They put me on to the government. I've asked the Ministry of Natural Resources and the EPA, and they have not yet answered. So I would like to know, how can we approve this project when we are not getting what we required, what we requested from the previous projects?
All right, Mr. Bulai. So this project, YellowTail, is still going through the process, the EIA process, as it relates to monitoring. I assume you're referring to LISA 1. So I'll ask the EEPGL team quickly to say what is being done, and probably Mr. Parasram could share briefly what is being done from the EPA's perspective.
Thanks, Candy. Thanks, Mr. Bulai, for the question. I will answer, but I want to emphasize that we're dealing with this project, and I want you guys to ask all the relevant questions regarding this proposed project, this EIA, to the consultants. It's not an EPA question and answer session. It is for you to, if you must, drill the consultant. That's the purpose of this meeting. I will be meeting with you on Monday, as I mentioned. We are making efforts to improve our processes, and we will make monitoring information available to the public, and that will be done. We have been monitoring, we have been receiving reports as well, self-monitoring reports. We are making efforts to do real-time remote monitoring as well. So all in all, it's process, but I'll give you more detail when we meet on Monday. But please, everybody, please use this opportunity to speak and ask the questions to the consultants. It's for them to answer. This is not about the EPA.
Well, do the consultants have the data that is requested about the quantities and how they are flowing?
I mean, so this is Todd. So I think you're asking about the quantities for Destiny and Unity, and you know, as Ms. Brower-Thompson indicated, this is a discussion about the YellowTail EIA, and so the predicted quantities of oil and gas and water are described in the EIA in the project description section for YellowTail, and that is the basis for which the EIA was prepared.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Belay, as Mr. Parstrom indicated, that the information you're requesting will be made available to you. The agency is monitoring, and we do have data, but that will be discussed with you further. But we really want to zoom in on the YellowTail EIA, and to, if you're speaking about proposed quantities and so on, in this case that will be pertinent. But for the other information, Ms. Parsham indicated that he will meet with you, and you'll be provided with that.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to the next person, please.
Miss Diana, you're next, so I'll just ask you to unmute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Diana Macaulay, and I am from the island of Jamaica, an environmental activist for about 30 years, the founder of the Jamaica Environment Trust, although this evening I'm not speaking for that. And I came here tonight after I became aware of the impacts of an oil spill on other Caribbean countries from this deep well project that we are now discussing. And I came to say that this EIA must be shared with other Caribbean countries. This is not a Guyana project. This is not only about the impacts to Guyana. There is a graph in chapter 9 that shows in one of the scenarios that were modeled, oil will sweep along the north coast of Trinidad, Tobago, some of the Lesser Antilles, the entire south coast of Jamaica, including the port of Kingston, and as far as the Dominican Republic. So this is not a Guyana business. The EIA is extremely long, and it needs enough time for everyone, if affected, which is not just Guyana, to look at it and for there to be discussion between our governments. I hear the usual comment, which I'm very used to hearing here in Jamaica. Oh, these comments are to be directed at the EIA consultants, but it is governments who are going to give permission for this to happen. So that is why I came here tonight. But I also want to say, is it not abundantly clear to everyone in this virtual room that we have got to move away from oil and gas drilling anywhere in the world in the final few days of the COP26 conference? Are we really going to allow this to happen in the Caribbean Sea, where our governments, we know, are not capable of holding large multinational companies to account? Have we not seen what has happened in Nigeria, in the Amazon, Even the Louisiana coast in the US is sinking. Do we not know what the oil and gas industry has done to the very atmosphere? And we are going to sit here this evening as if we are talking about actuarial tables or something that is more boring than you can imagine instead of our survival. That is what I want to say. I am appalled at the whole sound of this evening, as if we are discussing something of no moment. And as a Jamaican, my government needs to liaise with your government, and the people in my country and all of the other Caribbean countries need an opportunity to look at this EIA and see what threats are being put upon us for what. That is what I have to say.
Thank you very much. The EIA is a public document. I'll speak about the period for review shortly, the statutory period before we close, but feel free to share it as well. And we have noted your your concern, and there's also an opportunity to make further written submissions on your comments and your recommendations moving forward.
Can you please tell us how to make those written submissions?
Yes, I'll do that before the close of the meeting. Thank you. Next, can you unmute the next person, please? Thank you very much.
So I don't see an official name, but it says Gary about fishermen. All right, so that person is next on my scroll.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go
We
ahead.
can hear you.
Hi, Diana. Nice to see you again. My name is Gary Aboud. I'm from the
Hi, Gary.
Fishermen and Friends of the Sea in Trinidad. We have been incorporated for 21 years, but we have existed for 27. I see there's a very eminent list of professionals. It's really important that we as participants recognize that we perhaps have reviewed a small quantity of EIAs, and those we have reviewed in a public interest capacity. The professionals who are presenting today, with no disrespect intended, are skilled and trained in managing public consultations, of which we are not, and they are skilled and trained in tiptoeing through EIAs to produce masterful documents that often skirt the real and critical issues. The previous questions and speakers have outlined those issues, but with no disrespect, I find it very offensive sometimes, because we have attended probably about 50 public consultations from the energy sector over the past 25 years, and it's very difficult. Most times we would speak at the end because we would want to hear all of the other speakers. I hope we are at the end. And most times they would attempt to stop us from speaking because the audience becomes upset. The audience becomes upset and enraged. Oftentimes these are communities whose livelihoods depend on the success or safety of the project. In this instance, we are, I believe, a Caribbean audience who are concerned. So when we speak and someone spoke about oil spills, and a question was asked in the first questioner about when spills occur, and then the response, the party who responded says, no, it's if, and we have great facilities and capacities to prevent it from ever occurring. I want to state on record a strong objection to hoodwinking the question about preparedness for when they occur, because I am not aware of a single oil company on the planet who have not had accidents and spills. So the preparatory planning and the EIA cannot hoodwink the concerns that we are raising. In Trinidad, we probably have the world record for an island with not many installations, but quite a few. We have a reported excess of 100 spills per year. So when the professional on the panel chats to us, and no disrespect, real nonsense to say that, no, we are well prepared, we won't have any. I wish I could put his daughter's life on the line with that promise, because he wouldn't, because accidents occur. So my questions are based on the fact that accidents occur. And I don't want no professional with a wonderful accent and a long list of professional accreditations to tell me, no, we're prepared, it won't occur. Because history proves otherwise. Diana spoke about the impact on Jamaica and on other regions, Santo Domingo, etc. Well, these are very real, extremely real, and will occur and are occurring already. On the east coast of Trinidad, we have a crisis where our government agreed to do testing according to the convention, not the Basel Convention, the Mini Matter Convention, of which we are not signatories, and I'm certain Guyana is not a signatory, but the Mini Matter Convention requires the testing of fish for heavy metals and other contaminants, because fish migrate, they're exported and sold overseas. And on our east coast of Trinidad, where they were testing specifically for mercury, they found that the fish, 5 of the 16 commercial fish that are sold in Trinidad, contain mercury at 5 times higher than the World Health limit for the consumption of fish. The government in Trinidad specifically and deliberately covered up that report. We have copies of it, and we'll be happy to furnish it to anyone who so desires to view it. But what we could not understand, and what we are disturbed about, is why would the government deliberately smother a report that exposes the risk to public health of contamination that may have occurred in Trinidad, or may be partially responsible for the waters that come from the Orinoco and from other areas where Guyana and Guyanese are using mercury in the oil extraction, in the gold extraction. So there is a history of cover-up in the Caribbean. And if you would like, and anyone the EIA prepares would like me to prepare and to send for you instances of 12 such cover-ups, we would prepare and send for you. What we are seeing in Trinidad is that for us to accept and endorse and welcome you into our territory of the Caribbean region, you need to respond to our questions and don't hoodwink us and tell us, no, we are prepared. So my questions are the following. I would like the EIA to include a listing of the emergency response preparedness training for Guyanese nationals and for professionals working in that industry and with this company. Secondly, we would like to see included in the EIA the list and cost and dates of the arrival of the emergency response preparedness equipment, recognizing that this equipment, as we saw with the Horizon spill, was woefully inadequate, and requiring and requesting that before any approval is granted in our waters, in our fishery, in our tourism sector, of which we depend on, that we need to know exactly what is the emergency response training preparedness and equipment preparedness. Secondly, in Trinidad, although we have, and I don't mean this with any arrogance, because we do in fact have, next to Belize, the most evolved environmental management legislation, which is very stringent and which fails because it exists on paper and the implementing regulatory agencies are manipulated and bullied. In Guyana, it's a lot worse. So I'm asking, specifically, can the EIA point out what is the legislation for the cradle-to-grave management of waste generated by these platforms? What is the cradle-to-the-grave statement on how it will manage its drill fluids and cuttings, which 100 and 200 miles offshore, we have to depend on the integrity of the regulatory agencies and the ministers of Guyana, which I don't have any confidence in, with no disrespect, because of our experiences of manipulation in Trinidad. But I want to see what is the legislation, and I want it to be included in the EIA, and I would like a commitment in writing in the EIA by the company itself, because we will, unfortunately, I know everybody loves their family and their wives, but they don't love us, and they definitely don't love me. So we are willing to litigate if the promises are not written and fair in the first instance to stop the capacity of this approval because of an endangerment of the Caribbean territory, and in the second instance to claim for damages if they fail to commit to their promises in the EIA. And if you don't, then some of us are willing to go the distance to ensure that this project does not continue, and that if it continues, it must only continue with the direction and discretion as approved by the court. And I'm not even sure which court would have jurisdiction, but I think it would be international court.
All right, Mr.
Finally, when you
Gary.
speak about insurance, many of the speakers spoke about insurance, but I would like to see whether there's trans-regional insurance to cover for the tourism sector. I think that's critically important for the fishery sector, of which in Trinidad we have 50,000 dependents. And thirdly, for biodiversity loss, I've never heard of an insurance that could cover for biodiversity loss. And particularly, and additionally, I would like to see in the EIA what policy is specifically in place for transnational waste when it crosses borders. Additionally, in Trinidad, 2 years ago, we had a oil well blowout that cost us hundreds of thousands of US dollars to repair, and in which one person lost their life. The problem is that that blowout occurred 42 years after the well was abandoned, and there were no copies of the well infrastructure. So the team that went in to cap the well had no documentation to determine what was there. So when you spoke in the presentation that 100 and 200 years from now, I really had to smile, because you are so correct. 102 years from now, your shareholders and you would be long gone, happily enjoying the benefits of the extraction. But we are left with the responsibility. So I would like to see in the EIA what is the long-term bond or emergency response capacity, and who bears the cost for accidents that occur long after the well has been decommissioned. Finally, we sit on the Extractive Industries Transparency Institute, where we have served in Trinidad. I'm unaware that Guyana has a similar facility, but it should. It should. And although the EITI does not go the full distance in the determination of all of the impacts, Guyana does have the EITI. But there is.
I'm very sorry to disturb you, but please remember that we have other persons who would like to contribute to the discussion.
My last 6 words. My last 6 words is, unless the Guyanese population are fully aware of the comparative value for volume that Guyana is achieving from this extraction, then they should put their full force to demanding contract transparency and a clear analysis that Guyana is being given a fair share in royalty. As you may know, even the IMF complained that the royalty rates agreed by this company were extremely low compared to the world value paid in royalties for volume, because these are not renewable resources, and we risk our ecosystems, our health, our heritage, our vulnerable communities, and endangered species in order for this extraction to occur. So the least we should have is a full understanding that Guyana is earning in its contracts a value that is comparable to Alaska, to East Timor, etc. Thank you for allowing me, and thank you also for hurrying me off. It follows the tradition I spoke of in the beginning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gary. So there were some recommendations as well as questions, very pertinent indeed. I'll allow the consultant team to respond to those, and we can come back to you if you have additional questions before the session closes.
Yeah, this is Todd Hall. I heard a couple of questions that I wrote down that I want to respond to quickly, and thank you for the questions, by the way. You asked about a list of emergency response, training, and equipment. The oil spill response plan that I referenced does include that information. It discusses training. It discusses the specific pieces of equipment that are available, the specific regional third parties with which EEPGL has existing established contracts that they can draw on if needed, depending on the level of response needed. So there's a lot of very detailed information. I would encourage you to have a look at that, and if there's any additional information, additional questions that you have, happy to discuss that. But that information is in the oil spill response plan. You also asked about waste, and we didn't get into this detail, so I wanted to provide an additional level of granularity there. You actually used the perfect word, the cradle to grave analysis. There is actually a cradle to grave analysis study that the EPA has required EEPGL to prepare. That's a relatively recent document that goes through all of the waste involved with the program and how it is managed, from the very beginning to the very end. That particular study fed into what is referred to as a comprehensive waste management plan, which is an affiliate level. So in other words, it covers not just the YellowTail project, but all of EEPGL's activities in country, a waste management plan that takes into consideration the results of that cradle to grave analysis study and prepares a detailed plan for how waste will be managed for all of EEPGL's activities in country. So I hope that information addresses the questions and the comments you had on those two topics. But again, happy to go into more detail if not.
Thank you very much. So we'll now move on to Ms. Fonda and Donita. Can you go ahead and unmute Ms. Fonda?
Can you hear me, Candace or Aretha?
Yes, clearly.
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, thanks. So I have my questions concern. They were for all three persons, three things. So you'll have to. I'm trying to bring my questions up. Yes. So I want to speak about the standards and best practices. So I would like the EIA to say which standards are obligatory in the industry and which best practices are being followed. Where are these obligatory standards documented in the EIA? Where can we find these best practices For instance, where is the logbook for each practice referred to or a sample given? Where are the monitoring and reporting procedures in respect of each standard? Where are the reports from monitoring from the LISA 1 wells? And could you name the independent auditors that are verifying which aspects of your operations? And where are the audit reports published? Please share, additionally, please share the pre-treatment and monitoring of pollutants and hazardous elements prior to discharge in accordance with permit requirements, international conventions, standards, and the supposedly best oil and gas industry practice. Now, we all know in the world that related to the goings-ons of the oil and gas industry, that we need 1.5 Celsius to stay alive, 1.5 to stay alive. We know that Exxon has had a history in suppressing science over the years and its impacts on global warming, but we hope that there are some more enlightened Exxon people working here in Guyana. So concerning 1.5 Celsius warming and the need for EIA to model for the 1.5 Celsius warming, we're asking if you could please explain how you will manage each risk, including the impact of sea level rise on a receding shoreline, of receding riverbanks, impact on fish nurseries, and therefore livelihoods of fishers, and the impacts of ExxonMobil related shore-based hazardous waste facilities, such as the one next door to me here at Schlumberger, with radioactivity sources to be stored, etc., at Houston, East Bank, Demerara, Guyana, and the impacts on the general health and well-being of humans. My question is, has the EIA quantified emissions, including yellowtail exploration, drilling, transportation, flaring, oil lifts, oil barrel discharges, and modeled climate impacts based on emissions of carbon dioxide and CH4 and its impact in pushing global warming levels above 1.5 Celsius? Guyana and its low-lying coastline has been cited as one of 10 countries worldwide which could be underwater from the sea incursion by 2030, based on the IPCC, the whole panel of hundreds of scientists the world over, in their 2021 report. And according to current global projections of rise in global warming to 1.7 to 2%, which seem likely to happen if ExxonMobil's expansion of new fossil fuel drilling, such as Yellowtail et al., and all of the other oil blocks it has lined up to take place. Have you therefore, specifically in your EIA, addressed the cumulative effects and impacts of ExxonMobil oil drilling contributing to Guyana's sea warming? Have you specifically addressed the cumulative risks and impacts of these fossil fuels, especially the yellowtail, including flaring, which are in contravention of the UN, of our climate agreement that Guyana and all of the Caribbean signed in 2015 in Paris, and it's ratified by Guyana, and there are targets set, global targets set and agreed globally. These are my questions, and I'd like them answered. And just to finally say, this is a recommendation, don't take it lightly. If all of your planning at ExxonMobil, EEPGL, etc. is so wonderful, then may I ask personally that you bypass Houston, East Bank, Demerara, Guyana, and take all your waste and all your radioactivity and all of the toxicity back to Houston, Texas. I think this would be a very good solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fonda.
Yeah,
Mr. Wiley.
Yeah, this is Jason Willie from ERM. I can certainly take the first two questions on the standards and the monitoring procedures. There are there are 3 volumes to the EIA, and the third volume contains all of the management plans, and one of the management plans is called the Environmental and Social Management Plan, and that particular document in volume 3 has tables that list the standards that the consultancy has recommended be applied to the project, as well as the monitoring procedures. You also asked about applicable treaties. There is a list of applicable treaties in I believe it's chapter 4 of the or no, I'm sorry, I think it's chapter 3 of the EIA, the administrative framework. There's a table of those treaties and a brief summary of what they entail and the key agreements in those treaties. I don't know, Todd, do you want to take the climate one?
Yeah, sure. So I heard a couple of questions about what the EIA does or doesn't include. The first was, does the EIA include quantified emissions? The answer to that is yes. The EIA includes, as I mentioned on one of the slides, an emissions inventory for what are called criteria pollutants, as well as greenhouse gases. So a detailed year by year inventory for the entire project life cycle for YellowTail of the greenhouse gas emissions that will emanate from the project. There was a follow-up to that about whether the EIA addresses cumulative impacts. The answer to that is also yes. So in addition to quantifying the emissions of greenhouse gases from the YellowTail project, a similar inventory was prepared for all of the offshore projects that are within what we call the cumulative impact assessment basis. So there's a list of the past approved and reasonably foreseeable future projects, inclusive of exploration drilling, and the greenhouse gas emissions for all of those are quantified, added together, and that's presented in the cumulative impact assessment section in chapter 10. And then there was a question about modeling of climate impacts, and this one is a challenging one because the nature of impacts to climate are of a global scale, and so the global climate models that are used to run all of the analyses around the 1.5 degree to 2 degree scenarios, those are of a scale that where the impact from any one project wouldn't show up on that. It just doesn't. It's not like an air dispersion model where it's a relatively small scale model where you can predict where those particular emissions are going. Because of the nature of climate impacts, you simply can't model that within a level of accuracy that would be worth doing. Now that said, the focus of the EIA is on assessing the degree to which the project it's doing the appropriate things to mitigate emissions of greenhouse gases from a project of this nature. You had comments about the Paris Agreement. Those are great comments. Those comments are of a policy nature, and the purpose of the EIA is to assess for an oil and gas project, whether appropriate mitigation measures are being taken. And so that's what the EIA does.
Ms. Wanda, I'm still seeing your hand up. Do you have a follow-up?
No, I am finished. I'm finished. Just that perhaps it would be interesting because we can't escape from the fact that what fossil fuels is doing, what what ExxonMobil supported by ERM is doing, is contributing to the bad things of our planet and contributing to the warming above the 1.5 to stay alive. And this can't be swept under the rug. Sorry to have to say, but that is the honest truth. And it is happening, and ExxonMobil is going to be damaging and destroying not only Guyana and so on, but the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We'll now move on to Ms. Danuta. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Please unmute.
The other Ms. Radzik, we asked. Yeah.
Right. Am I being heard now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So good evening, everybody. And yes, I will start what are some of my questions and my contributions. But I would like to kind of also speak to what some of the last speakers referred to, and that includes climate change. As everyone knows, COP26 in Glasgow continues, and what is being hammered out there is a way to ensure that the planet and all living things on it stay alive. And it's well accepted that one of the main, if not the main contributors to global warming, climate change, etc., is fossil fuels. But yet in Guyana, what we have happening is ExxonMobil, who continues to expand their exploration and drilling for oil. And you know, what is often cited is that they are benefits to us. But what can be the benefits when we are below sea level? And as Vanda said, Georgetown is one of 9 cities which it has been calculated will be underwater by 2030. So we have a project occurring, you know, in our zone, in our sea zone, which is going to affect not only us personally at this point. In 2030, a lot of us here are still going to be alive, but it will probably more than ever affect our grandchildren and our children, right? So that is the context, and we can't escape that context. But I will go on specifically, like, for what some of my concerns that I had today. And there seems to be a bit of confusion about the produced water, because there was a report, I think it was November the 7th, where Mr. Alistair Routledge from ExxonMobil did say, quoted in the press, that the preferred method of dealing with produced water would be to discharge it into the ocean. So could you please clarify if YellowTail is not going to re-inject the produced water? Because I think there is some confusion. There is that statement, and yet then there are other things which conflict with that. So could you clarify if YellowTail is not going to re-inject the produced water? And if not, that would be a contradiction of clause 12 of the PSA 2016. And if this happens, this would be a change to the PSA in 2016. And would you agree that government then can change its mind about other specific items in the PSA? Secondly, is the EPA willing to hold ExxonMobil and EEPGL to re-inject in the produced water back into wells instead of releasing it into the marine habitat? and because it is not only yellowtail, because we already have Lisa 1, and produced water is occurring in the production of Lisa 1. So our understanding is that is also being discharged. So what you have is a accumulation of toxic waste that may be discharged into Guyana's water. So based on, I did look at the first volume of the EIA, and there is a table, EIS 3, which indicated that these are daily discharges of waste into Guyana's waters from yellowtail. And that for cooling water, would be 1,900,000 barrels per day, or 304,000 cubic meters. That's just cooling water. That's daily. For produced water, it would be 225,000 barrels per day, or 3,600 cubic meters daily. Then you have wash water and brine, and that will be 315,000 barrels per day also released, or 400 cubic meters. Then the fourth one is the bilge water, and that will be 1,800 barrels per day, or 288 cubic meters, right? So when you calculate those four things, right, and this is daily, it would come up to 2,442,175 barrels per day, or 358,344 cubic meters of waste discharge into Guyana's waters, right? That is the four of them daily, right? And if you decide to calculate this for a month, say 28 days, this will then come up to 68, right, it would come up to 68,380,900 barrels per day. And if we use this measurement and calculate it, because we know gallons better, so this would then come up to 2.8 billion gallons a month for 20 years, because I think that is the period for the Yellowtail project, right, into the waters of Guyana. And it is very hard to believe that this will have no impact, into the sea and all living things that are in the sea. And as Mr. Aboud said, is that if fish ingest some of these things, it stays in their body. That fish is then caught, through the fishing industry and consumed by persons. So we don't really know this. We don't know what would be the effects of 2.8 billion gallons a month being discharged. That's just a month. That's not even a year. And calculate that by 1 year, and then calculate that by 20 years. And are we saying that the ocean will not be affected by this? Because beside this, we have Lisa 1, we have Payara that's going to be developed, we have Kanji, and they're all going to be discharging these same 4 items, right? Plus, we have other countries in the region who will also be doing oil exploration and drilling. Suriname, we have Venezuela, even though that might not be going so well. We have Brazil, and we have Trinidad and Tobago, right? So we are talking about large volumes that our waters and our seas are being affected. And I think we have to understand that the ocean is not a finite thing. It's not finite. It is affected, and the less it's able to deal with the emissions in the atmosphere, the worse the entire planet will be, and the more global warming will increase. So the EIA table also, because I spoke about three things: bilge water, produced water, cool-in water, and then there's some wastewater and so on. And it's important because this same table, in fact, identified some of the things that are pollutants in these four types of waste. For the cool-in water, they could be residual chlorine in it. For the produced waters, oil and grease. For the wash water and brine, you could have biocide, chlorine, and some kind of oxygen inhibitor in that. For the bilge water, oil and grease again, right? So, this is your study that you have identified these as contaminants. And even if it is treated in some kind of way, it will never take out all of the contaminants. So it's very important that we know exactly how much of this is going to be left if treated and discharged into the ocean, and what are the standards. Because in this table, it does not specify what are the international standards. It refers to international standards, but it does not specify them. And then besides this, the table that I spoke to, which calculates and has the discharges of these four items, but it does not include treated or untreated sewage water and ballast water discharge. So the ballast water discharge is calculated as 629,000 BBL, right? This is in addition to the figures I just quoted for you. And it's not really clear how often, right, this will occur, because that depends on how often the tankers will come to the floating platform for the floating platform to discharge oil into the tankers, and then they will go where they have to go, right? And it also does not take into account those figures that I gave of, the consultants did refer to this, unplanned discharges of well drilling, testing, and installation, right? Right. And I have some specific questions as it relates to the produced water, right? And as we know from the table, this is 225,000 barrels per day, right? So can you say what would be the monthly average and the daily maximum concentration, that is milligrams per liters, of total oil destined for the produced water and other discharges for ocean disposal? Secondly, how are you going to treat the produced water from yellowtail wells, and to what standards? This is more specific for produced water. And if you could tell us the standards that you will be using. And can you say how and where you will be treating your produced wastewater, and which components of the produced water will be treated? And I just wanted to mention this because the capacity of the floating platform, as I understand it, is 1 million barrels of oil. That is what it can contain in it. The estimate in the table that I referred, which is in the EIA, right, says you will be generating 225,000 barrels of produced water a day. So every 4 days, you would have filled up the tanks of the floating platform with produced water. And I just want to say this so you can explain to us how this is going to work, right? Yeah, so I think I will I think I will stop here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to raise these things.
Thank you very much, Ms. Danuta, for your very critical analysis and really pointed submissions. Mr. Willie and team, I'll hand the platform over to you to respond to the questions. If you missed any, we can probably ask her to repeat, or I can share so we can have the questions answered.
Sure, I can start. This is Todd. I'm going to work these in reverse order, roughly. So you asked about the treatment standards for oil and grease. There is an international standard for produced water that the project will adhere to, which is a 29 milligram per liter monthly average and a 42 milligram per liter daily maximum. So that's a generally accepted international treatment threshold for produced water discharges, and that is the same one that the project will adopt. So that's hopefully a very specific answer to that question. There are a number of treatment technologies that are used to remove oil and grease from produced water to get it to those discharge criteria. That also removes other contaminants, as you might imagine. So those are installed on the FPSO for the purpose of adhering to those international standards. You asked a question about the produced water relative to the storage capacity of the FPSO, and I just wanted to make a slight clarification there that the produced water is not stored in the cargo tanks of the FPSO. The produced water is separated from the oil, from the crude oil, and then treated for discharge. The crude oil is what's stored in those tanks, so the produced water doesn't get involved in being stored in those crude oil storage tanks. So that's why those numbers might look a bit odd. With respect to produced water, there is a technical appendix in Volume 2 of the EIA. The results of that are summarized in Chapter 6 in the discussion of impacts on water quality, and those same results are actually covered in a number of the biological resource impact assessments, whereby the produced water stream and the cooling water stream were both modeled with the threshold levels that we just talked about, so that the computer we could use the computer to predict the concentrations of those particular constituents in the ocean around the FPSO. So that is a major part of the EIA that factors in the ocean currents and the dynamic conditions across the year, and uses a very complex model to take account of those dynamic conditions and the discharges, the specific discharges at the specific flow rates that you mentioned, at the specific concentrations that we're talking about here, so that you can predict what Jason referred to as the mixing zone. In other words, the area in the very local proximity of the FPSO in which there would be exceedances of any sort of ecotoxicity thresholds. So I just wanted to make clear that the EIA does absolutely assess that particular. And then I think, I'm just looking through my notes here, I think you also asked a question about reinjection versus overboard discharge. I'm not certain what document you were referring to with respect to Mr. Rutledge or the news article, but just to clarify, based on the alternatives analysis that was done, the EIA does reflect the plan for overboard discharge of treated produced water. So if there was any other article that indicated that was going to be reinjected as the selected element of the project design, that I'm not sure what that is, but just to clarify what the YellowTail EIA is based on. I don't know if I maybe missed some earlier in the conversation. If so, I'm happy to revisit those.
I think that's thing, but just two additional questions. Could you then say, in terms of the ballast water, what is the total capacity for produced water to be stored on the floating platform? Because you said it will be stored, not where the ballast water is, but somewhere else. So could you say what is the total storage for that? That is one. And the other thing is that I think it's something that a number of persons who spoke before me mentioned, and that is the monitoring. Who monitors this? Because the EIA can say these are our standards, this is this, and this is that. But monitoring, and independent monitoring to ensure, because I will check all that you have said, and research it in terms of international standards and which standards you are using. But what guarantee can you give us that independent monitoring will take place? Remember, in Guyana with Liza 1, you know how many times we have been told that the compressor would be fixed and that flaring would not occur in Guyana? You know how many times we heard it was going to Europe, and I don't know which other country of the world, and it was fixed. It has come back. It's not been fixed. Continues to flare daily, which is one of the most toxic, things to affect climate change that you yourself have referred to. So I know that you just talking about YellowTail, but we have to see this. We Guyanese have seen where promises made to us in relation to Liza 1 and flaring have not happened. And it went to Europe and it came back. It was never fixed. No one can understand what is the problem, but we know that ExxonMobil is a hugely rich outfit and corporation, and it's hard to imagine that they have something as important as a compressor, which is affecting and ensuring that there's flaring every single day in Guyana, of CO2 into the atmosphere, so but coming back, yes, what guarantee will we have, and what system will be put in place to ensure independent monitoring of all of these discharges into, for what I'm raising thing, discharge into the ocean as it relates to YellowTail?
If I can, Mrs. Steve Laws, lots of very good questions there, and I appreciate you asking them, and I know there's a few more in the chat as well. Let me just give an overview of how that produced water treatment and the reinjection, how that works. So the reservoir requires water to be injected to maintain the pressure, to keep the reservoir in a safe state, if you will, to keep the pressure up and then allow those oil, gas and water to be produced. Now we are treating seawater and re-injecting that. That is what's being injected into the reservoir to maintain the pressure along with the gas. So it's the seawater that's treated and re-injected. Now the produced water essentially as the oil, gas and water is coming up the flow lines to the FPSO, there is a separator, a series of separators that will, based on gravity, separate out the gas, the oil and the water. And that water then goes through a series of treatment steps. It goes through hydrocyclones, so essentially spinning around and letting the oil congregate, also the water congregate in the middle of that hydrocyclone, and the oil spins out to the edge. So the oil is collected and put through the oil system. And then the water goes through other treatments of gas flotation, which again uses gas to bubble up through the water and oily substance and takes the oil out of that. And then that is monitored daily, and it's part of it. So those numbers of 29 milligrams and the 42 milligrams per litre, we're often under that on our existing asset at the moment. That's World Bank standards, it's the US EPA, and it's also in our environmental permit with the Guyana EPA. So that's we report that monthly and annually to the EPA on our existing assets, and do the same for Yellowtail. So if water doesn't meet that specification, it doesn't get discharged. It goes back through the system and gets treated again to make sure it does get to that specification. So to answer your question of how much produced water is stored on the FPSO, it's essentially a minimal amount because it's going through a continuous system of being treated and discharged. And then so there's a small amount that would stay on the FPSO within that closed system to treat the produced water. I do want to just address, I think you referenced Clause 12 in the petroleum agreement. In Clause 12, from my reckoning, is Article 12, and that's about associated gas and not about produced water. But hopefully that helps on the clarification of how the produced water reinjection system works.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Danuta, could you take down your hand if there are no additional questions?
None.
Or you have a follow-up?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. So we'll move over to Ms. Melina Harris. I hope I have your name correctly. Can you unmute and proceed, please?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I have a few questions that I'd like to ask one by one. This one is directed to ERM. Why have you not extended your consultations to the other Caribbean stakeholders who will be affected by an oil spill?
Mr. Willie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So yeah, we have to this point confined our engagement to Guyana because this is a Guyana project that is being completed under the laws of Guyana, and we are following, you know, the guidelines in Guyana's Environmental Protection Act in terms of how consultation is to be conducted. That's the short answer.
You said you have some additional questions. Ms. Harris, please go ahead. Kindly unmute.
Hi, thank you. It was a follow-up question. Just the area of influence of this project extends beyond, in the event of an oil spill, it extends beyond Guyana's waters, and it directly affects the other neighboring countries like Trinidad, like Jamaica, Venezuela. So that being said, yes, you might be guided by Guyana's laws and procedures, but the actual reality of the situation is that the project has the potential unless there is some statistical anomaly that we're unaware of, to impact neighboring countries?
Yes, we're aware of that. We're well aware of that due to the modeling that was done, and that is why we have, I believe it's section 9.24. That's a whole section on transboundary impacts, where we have individual discussions that go into the probability of oil reaching any of the countries that the modeling suggests it might reach, and a summary of the high level sensitivities that we've mapped in those countries that could be affected. So certainly transboundary impacts is something that we took seriously in the unplanned events chapter of the EIA.
Ms. Harris? You have to unmute.
Hi,
Yes.
sorry, I seem to be having some problems unmuting myself.
Okay.
It's saying that the host isn't allowing me to unmute. My second question then comes to insurance. You mentioned earlier that there would be insurance in place, but you also mentioned that there would be legitimate costs that could be recoverable under whatever policy would be put in place. Legitimate costs is a very ambiguous term, and I would like to know specifically if that would address the tens of thousands of fishermen who depend on the sector for their lives and livelihoods. Would it then cover the affecting our neighboring countries, affected tourism industries? Would there be compensation for Guyanese citizens who are also affected by such an event? What would these legitimate costs be?
Good question, Melina. As I did say earlier, yes, we would take responsibility for any spill or adverse event, and if there are legitimate costs for events, and you mentioned some that may or may not be legitimate depending on the event, if they're legitimate claims and costs through a claims process, then yes, we would pay those costs if they're legitimate.
Ms. Harris, do you have additional questions?
Yes. This is a question for the EPA. Specifically, it's just a question in relation to the process of these consultations. At what stage does the EPA grant permission for this project to go ahead with or without insurance in place?
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Go ahead, Mr. Parstrom.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Harris. So this is part of the process as provided for in the Act, where
you may have to unmute. We're not hearing you.
I have unmuted.
Candace, I'm hearing Mr. Parstrom clearly.
Are you guys hearing me now?
Yes, you're coming through, Director.
Okay, great. Right. So
we're still not hearing you, Mr. Parstrom.
Okay, so this process, apparently Ms. Thompson.
Is anyone hearing me?
Yes, Ms. Thompson.
We're hearing you,
okay.
Candace,
okay,
but apparently you're not hearing us.
All right, so I'll go ahead in the meanwhile. So, so this is part of the process in the EIA process, where when the EIA is submitted, the developer and the consultant, they publish this notice. We, by virtue of getting stakeholder involved, we have hosted these face-to-face direct meetings. After this review period, there's a 60 days review period. The inputs from the public from these sessions, as well as the Environmental Assessment Board's review, which is currently ongoing, We also currently finalizing an independent expert review as well.
All right, I seem to be having some issues with my
so
audio.
all of these will be.
So I'm not hearing. Arita, could you say if Mr. Parashram is finished and unmute the next person? I'll just check on my audio.
All right, sorry about that.
No,
So all of these.
Camera, proceed, please.
So all of these inputs, as well as the reviews, will be provided to us with recommendation, particularly from the EAB as well. And the EPA will have to consider these in determining whether to approve or not to approve.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, everyone.
All right, Ms. Harris, do you have any further questions?
No, that's it. I'm very aware of the time, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to Ms. Mangal.
Can you hear me now?
And yes, Candace. So Ms. Mangal Jolly will be asked to unmute to make her contribution.
Okay, Arita, please go ahead if you can hear me to unmute the next person. I'm still not hearing.
All right,
yes.
Candace, we can hear you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for organizing this Zoom event at our request. I have two main points I wish to raise, but before that, on the matter of process, there were a few, I thought, very relevant questions asked that have not been answered as yet, and I would be grateful if the team would respond to these questions. One of them is, if there were, in the event of an oil spill, one had to clean up, where would you be disposing the material that you clean up? Precisely, exactly what's the plan? So that hasn't been answered. Dr. Bulkan asked about the methodology for arriving at the ranking that you did for your risk assessment, and she was referred to sections of the report rather than provided with the scientific rigor that went into coming up with that ranking system. And I think this is the crux of an EIA, so it's something that must be addressed. I have read it, and I myself cannot see where the scientific rigor is. So I would like to ask the team to come back to that as well. The issue that Mr. Belay raised, which concerned the monitoring that has been done on existing production areas, I would have to say, Mr. Kamaraj Prasad, I don't agree that this is this should be disassociated. And the reason I think it's relevant and reasonable is because when you look at the EIA, so it's the same applicant and previous EIAs have been done by the same firm. Without that monitoring information, we have no way of looking at the credibility of the assumptions that were made. And we're being asked to accept this second study on the basis of very similar assumptions. So the question is, we have been given a ranking system before, and we must know what did the impacts actually look like compared to what the EIA said they would look like. And I'm particularly troubled that Mr. Belay has had such a runaround to get information, and I don't believe this is a one-on-one issue. This concerns all of us. It's a public matter. It should not be something that Mr. Belay has to come to the EPA for. It is a matter that needs to be available to the public and answered as part of this EIA process. And part of the issue here that concerns me is that it does speak a bit to the credibility of the applicant, the credibility of the EPA, which is in your charge, when people have to run around to get information, and that's worrisome. So you're adding a burden of trust or distrust on top of this present EIA system when that sort of stuff is not properly available. I also feel that the question on cost and benefits has not been addressed. So when I read this EIA, what strikes me is that there's a very prejudicial description of benefits without a robust description of costs. And if you're going to go there, you have to do both. You can't just be highlighting jobs and benefits here, because those are very easy things for people to understand. but it's a lot harder to understand for every barrel of oil that you advertised in that beautiful full-page ad that was in the newspaper. And I believed in it, Radzik asked, for the public to truly grasp what we are dealing with. For every barrel of oil per day, per month, for 20 years of the life of this project, what are the toxins that are coming out into our water, our air, coming to land, the chemicals that are being used? I think that when you are doing ads like that, you must be prepared to be transparent. So every time you put an ad in our newspaper during an EIA process, let us not separate these two things, because we are supposed to be coming to an objective forum, but a nice glossy advertisement undermines that objectivity. It's pretty, it's appealing. It can lead us to move beyond thinking quite deeply about what we're engaging. So the next time you do this ad, or you're running an EIA consultative process and you're moved to do an ad, please ensure that the ad is not a half-truth. It's the complete truth. And that truth is not well represented in this EIA. Yes, there are pieces you can go and you can see the tables, but it would be very helpful for you to put it in the public summary. And in the summary of the EIA, it's very upfront. This is really what we're dealing with. So that's about process. In terms of content, I have one comment, but before I go there, there's one thing that I believe is quite disturbing. The EIA document introduction, page 11, says that the study is produced by an independent body. And in fact, the Environmental Protection Act requires this. However, it is co-signed by Mr. Sham Nokta, who, as you are aware, is an elected official of the governing party that here in government. He was on the party's list of candidates for the 2020 general and regional elections. As far as we in Guyana know, we have elected this party with Mr. Nokta on a list to govern Guyana. How is it that this can be an independent EIA when there is a clear link to the power, the highest level of power in the governing party? I don't see a declaration of conflict of interest anywhere in the EIA. I've searched it, so please correct me if I'm wrong. There's no declaration, there's no explanation of how such a conflict was addressed in the production of the work. So the question is this: can this EIA qualify as independent? And can the EPA be considered as acting independently of the government, the administration, that supervises it directly from the office of the president when it comes to assessing and approving this EIA, co-prepared by, publicly signed for by an elected official of that government? This is a very pertinent issue. It's very relevant. It's not about Guyana's politics. It's about the act. What is the requirement of the Environmental Protection Act? So that's my comments on process. I now want to address, there are many, I'd like to affirm what many people said before, but I'd like to address one matter which I really was quite disappointed to see in the EIA. And I'm disappointed because I am aware that ExxonMobil a few years ago gave $10 million to a Washington-based NGO with an office in Guyana, Conservation International. And the intent of that was to support environmental management and, the works. It fell through eventually. Conservation International withdrew because of Exxon's record, where it has continued to flare, despite the fact that it's breaching its contract. But when I went to the annex of the EIA report, I was flummoxed by what I found. I have not actually engaged these EIA processes before in Guyana. The first time was in July, when you had the gas to shore meeting. There is a fisheries study there. It has no comprehensive mapping of the fish nurseries in Guyana or in neighboring countries that might be feeding our fishery sector. There are no indications whatsoever in any baseline study done, including the marine baseline study done, of what the migratory patterns are of commercial or non-commercial fish compared to that whole zone the mud that extends all the way to northern Brazil. There is no description, material or financial, of the fisheries value chain. There is no quantification of the economic value, direct economic financial value, both in terms of its contribution to the economy and to the subsistence economy. There is no quantification of the socioeconomic value of that industry in terms of livelihood, family dependency, or the importance of fish consumption to the people of Guyana. There is no information on any chemical testing of fish. No baseline data had ever been collected before you began to use extensive seismic surveys offshore of Guyana. Extensive. And continue to do so, and you continue to drill. So, in fact, there is absolutely no baseline data whatsoever for the most elementary thing that one could be possibly socially responsible about, which is fishing. ESO has been conducting, and in this EIA, you're talking about 4D surveys, which means this stuff is going on over time. So we're in a situation where our regulatory authority under the previous administration permitted this to occur, and our regulatory authority under the present administration is continuing with this. This is really, you cannot submit an EIA where you have failed to treat with fisheries, with nurseries, with migratory patterns, with catch per unit effort, how that has changed over time comprehensively. Not a study of region 6, one guy in region 2, one guy in region 4. You have the resources to do this. You could have given it to Conservation International. You could have hired a firm to do it for Guyana. And I think that you have not done well. You have not done good by the fishery sector of our country. And they have an incredibly important role to play in the life of Guyana, both in terms of all of the downstream value that comes from them, but also the subsistence value of fisheries in an incredibly impoverished environment. And so I would like to know where you're going to go now in terms of addressing this huge deficiency in this EIA and in all of the work that's been done in the oil industry, because you have no baseline. So today our fishers are not getting fish, and you're in a position where you don't have to be held accountable or responsible. And that doesn't help your credibility. One of the biggest issues we have here is the credibility of the applicant. An applicant who has breached its contract and continues to flare gas. An applicant who refused to tell me in the gas to shore EIA consultation what the price of gas was. But I know it now because you are paying us $45 US per equivalent ton of carbon dioxide to dump this toxic material in our airspace, in the Caribbean airspace. So it's minus $45. But you're coming to us with another project that's in there for EIA approval, in which you are presumably going to be charging the country for a stranded asset that is no value to you whatsoever. It's a dump. It's a dump product. So there is a credibility issue here, and it comes back to this point I made earlier, where you cannot come away in the EIA from looking at the monitoring and what effects that monitoring has showed has been happening on outside of offshore of Guyana, but also onshore of Guyana. And I want to know from ERM and from ExxonMobil and from the EPA what you're going to be doing to address the fishery situation right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mangle, for your very instructive submission. So EEPGL, ERM, and EPA in that order. You can respond.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brewer-Thompson, did you ask for EEPGL to go first or ERM to go first?
Yes, EEPGL, but you can go ahead, Mr. Willie.
Fine, okay. So yeah, I guess I'll take, so I've heard the monitoring issue, the NTS signature issue, and then the fisheries issue. So first of all, the fisheries issue. So We do have a report in Appendix 2. It's called the Participatory Fish Study. You referred to, I think you referred to having some people up and down the coast that provided information to us. That's true. That is how we did that. We did that survey, and that survey is ongoing. It's continuing to be done for another year right now. So in terms of answering your question about how, I guess, a perceived lack of baseline data is being addressed, more baseline data is being conducted or being collected right now directly from participants in the fishing industry through that study. In terms of monitoring, the ESMP that I mentioned previously has a section solely devoted to recommendations that our team made for monitoring, and it includes a whole host of different resources in all three categories: physical, biological, and socioeconomic. In terms of the NTS, you're also correct. Mr. Nocta's signature was on a draft version of the NTS that got posted by mistake. We apologize for that. His company was involved in some of the studies that were conducted previously, not as part of this EIA. We did use that data in this EIA, but his company was not directly involved in this EIA. Again, we apologize for that confusion. My understanding is that a new version of the NTS without his signature has been posted on the EPA's website. So that was just an error on our part. I guess I'll turn it over to EEPGL. I think I've answered the questions to us.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. I think you've answered the question around with doing the participatory fish study, excuse me, and that's continuing and kind of working to understand the impacts and what they are. So thanks, Jason.
Mr. Parshram, could you just provide some clarity on the selection of consultants with regards to what is required in the Act?
Yeah, thank you. First, Simone, thank you for your questions and your clarifications. I just want to clarify that I didn't disassociate the monitoring data from this EIA. I was just referring to the aspect of the availability of our monitoring and the availability of information. And I just want to say publicly here, that I'm there now 3 to 4 months, and I'm looking to make improvements in the areas where the EPA was deficient in before. And I'm making every effort to, in this case, make information available. So you will start seeing efforts to indeed make information available as necessary and in keeping with the Environmental Protection Act. So that will happen. With regards to consultants, there was an approved list of consultants, a list provided by the developer, and we examined that list. And clearly, Mr. Nocta our EMC is not or was not on that list. So he's not part of this list of consultants that we approved. I think if you look at the EIA itself, it should be the list of consultants who actually conducted this.
All right, thank you very much. So I know we're past the stipulated time, but I will just crave your indulgence probably for about 15 minutes because there are 5 hands raised, and we will want to allow those persons the opportunity to ask their questions or to make clarifications where necessary. All right.
Can they see?
Yes?
I would suggest we go until 10.
Okay, so we'll have the questions answered, at least for the persons who have their hands raised currently. And if there are additional persons, you'll be allowed that. Thank you. All right, so we're now to Mr. Glenlal, and he will be followed by Miss addressed by Dr. Trotz. Sorry, Mr. Glenna, can you unmute, please?
Yes, good evening, Ms. Ford. Can you hear me? Ms. Ford?
Good evening, Mr. Glenna. This is Ms. Thompson. Proceed.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Good evening to all the listeners. Beautiful questions. My first question, Ms. Thompson, a question was asked to the gentleman about the quantity of ballast water that is coming on these ships. And we didn't get an answer to that. Could somebody answer that for me, please?
Mr. Willie, the proposed quantity of ballast water for Yellowtail?
Yeah, I can answer it, Ms. Thompson. Yeah, as detailed in the table that one of the other commenters referred to, the maximum listed expected tanker ballast water volume is 100,000 cubic meters total at each tanker loading event. That's
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. And Ms. Thompson, I have heard so many questions on this insurance, and we haven't gotten any solid answer to that question. Guyana have been sitting with an agreement on since the Liza 2 permit was granted, in which ExxonMobil parent company were supposed to sign and send back to Guyana, taking above and beyond full responsibility of any spill whatsoever, any damages whatsoever, not only to Guyana, but the entire region, if damages is to occur. I have been hearing all the time about we have insurance, we have third-party insurance, but I have not been hearing about this full cover insurance. You guys, you have discussed that. I've asked that question during the consultation in Payara, and I was given full assurance that it will be taken care of. I have been hearing all the time, over and over, question after question, we have insurance. What insurance do we have? And can that be made public? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Lal. So that question is for EEPGL.
Yes, thank you. Again, and at the risk of repeating myself, I will say we will take responsibility and pay for the legitimate costs for an event. And if that happens, we'll go through the claims process and pay for those legitimate costs. And that's all I could say on it without an actual event happening and going through that process. Now, the insurance piece, I think it's important to understand that insurance is more of an after-the-fact recovery of costs for the co-venturers and EEPGL if something were to happen. And it could be any sort of incident. The key is that we have that financial capacity to meet the responsibility under the Stabroek Petroleum Agreement and under Guyanese law, and we will pay those costs. We are in this for the long term. We've invested billions of dollars, and we have a shared interest with the country of resolving the effects of any adverse events as quickly and comprehensively as possible. So we're committed to that.
Ms. Thompson, again, nobody acts on, we will take care of that. All insurance, we need a policy. We need a signed policy. We don't want to hear a guarantee from word of mouth. Nobody lives in this world with word of mouth. We will take care of that, or we would guarantee that. We want it in writing, sir. You care to answer that?
I think it's in writing in the Stabroek Petroleum Agreement, and we will meet our responsibilities and obligations under that and under Guyanese law.
Flaring, produced water. Flaring, the Kaicho News carried a story today in which your project document says for the yellowtail that you will be flaring 2/3 of the amount of standard cubic feet of what Liza 1 has flared from 2019 to 2021. You care to comment on that, and what will be the future on this yellowtail project on flaring and produced water? And if you don't mind, could you speak slowly, because your language is not coming over to me very clear. Thank you.
Okay, apologies for that. I'll try and speak a little bit louder next to the microphone. I did struggle with your comments a little bit, but I think I understood them around flaring. And let me just say there on that yellowtail specifically, we do have spare compression installed on the FPSO. If one of those compressors goes down for some fault, then you can switch over to the next compressor because you've got 100% redundancy. So we continue to learn from project to project, and Yellowtail has that on there. We also have other technology included, vapor recovery units to take off small amounts of gas. Instead of them going to the flare, they get captured and then put back through the system and re-injected. So we've put extra technology and spent the extra money to do that on Yellowtail to address flaring.
You know, I am tired hearing you guys with this type of language. We are putting this and we are putting that. It's the same thing we were told in Liza 1, when that compressor keep going down every 2 weeks. It has to go to Germany. It's gonna come back in 6 weeks. It took a longer time, and it's going back and forth in Liza 1. It's gonna go in the same way in Liza 2, Payara, and now you're telling us, well, we will install this and then we will install that. Technology is gonna be different. When are you guys gonna come clean with this nation and tell us that you guys, in your project document, you have clearly stated that you're not going to re-inject the gas. It's too costly to re-inject. And now you're telling us you're putting technology. What kind of games you people playing with the people and people's lives in this region, my friend? Your project document said that. You there?
Thank you, Mr. Lal. Any reaction?
I guess I was struggling. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, but I was struggling to figure out and understand what the question was. But I mean, on the flaring, yes, there have been some issues with Destiny, and we've been working through those, and we're transparent with the government, and we meet with them very regularly and provide updates and work through those issues. And then for Yellowtail, as I said, we re-inject the gas. I think you mentioned something about not re-injecting it, but just so it's clear, we do re-inject majority of that gas, and that's for reservoir management purposes, and also for greenhouse gas purposes as well.
Ms. Thompson?
Go ahead, Mr. Lal.
On the produced water, I'm still waiting on an answer. for that? Are they going to continue dumping that into the ocean or re-inject it?
Yeah, so good question. And I think someone asked a similar question earlier. The produced water is treated to World Bank and US EPA and our environmental permit discharge limits, that 29 milligrams per litre and the 42 milligrams per litre that was mentioned earlier. So it is treated to that before it is discharged. And if it doesn't meet those specifications on that monthly or daily average number, then it gets re-put through the system until it does. So it'll just go round and round until it does meet that specification. And we report that to the EPA monthly, annually as well, and report all those numbers to the EPA.
My last question, Ms. Thompson, the project cost on Payara, could the nation see that? And also, could we see the production report?
Sorry, Mr. Ladd, you're referring to Payaro EIA? If it's available?
Yes,
I'm not sure.
The production, the cost of Payara project. The breakdown on the cost of the Payara project, the 10 billion Payara project. Is that available? And the production report.
D'Amico?
I mean, Payara is, and the cost of Payara is not in scope for the YellowTail EIA, but just to answer your question on the Payara cost, I believe it's around $9 billion US, and it's been publicized.
I didn't get that, Ms. Thompson.
All right. So, what he's saying, if I can paraphrase, is that so we're looking at the YellowTail now. You're referring to Payaro, but he mentioned the cost. Amico, can you clarify what the cost is that you mentioned just now?
He says 9 billion. I heard that.
Okay.
And but this YellowTail project. And I'm asking this question now. If it do come, if approval is due granted, would the Guyanese people be able to see the cost, bill after bill? Because, Ms. Thompson, I've been hearing on every project, we're dealing with the one going forward. We are dealing with the one going forward. But that's all we keep hearing. And we're not hearing if we are covered and if all these things will be available to the nation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ladd. If I can briefly speak on the EPA's perspective. So Section 36 of the Environmental Protection Act have specific requirements in terms of what the agency should make available to the public, and as Mr. Parson would have indicated, that there a lot more information that needs to go out into the public, and we're working on getting that information in a format that can be easily accessible and readily available to the public. As it relates to EEPGL, I allow D'Amico or one of the other representatives from the team to respond in that regard.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Janelle Prasad. Mr. Lau, I don't believe, and I think Steve was trying to explain that earlier, that the question of cost for the project is not going to go for the project for Payara And even this one specifically is not within the scope of our discussions this evening.
My internet is bad, but if you can hear me, I did not get an answer. Whether ExxonMobil parent company signed that agreement in which they would have CNOOC, Hess, and ExxonMobil parent company will be taking on full responsibility above and beyond the little insurance we have gotten from EEPGL. I didn't get an answer clearly on that. Can somebody give me an answer to that?
All right, Mr. Lal, as the EPA is currently reviewing and in negotiations with EEPGL, and plus we're having our the legal minds in Guyana, as well as the Ministry of Natural Resources, to review the draft agreement and the contents therein. So it's still in negotiation. That guarantor from the various partners affiliate guarantee. So that is still in process right now.
So you have a time span on that?
I'm working assiduously. I'm just waiting the feedback from the legal minds. I recently sent to the Ministry of Natural Resources and their team to provide their feedback. I'm sending it to the AG chambers for their review as well. I'm hoping to wrap this up as soon as possible. So as soon as I'm comfortable with the agreement, then I will sign and have them sign.
Every citizen of this region is at danger without full cover insurance, my friend. And I am very much concerned over this scenario. So I'll be keeping my ears and eyes open. I'll be calling on you. Maybe next week we'll get that settled.
Mr. Lal, I understand your concern, but I am making sure that we are comfortable and before we sign this document. So I'm going through all the hoops to make sure that it's an agreement that we're all comfortable with.
All right, my last question and I'll leave. Yellowtail project, would Guyana, would the region be fully covered? And you guys have a good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lal. We will now move on to Dr. Trotz.
My question wasn't answered. Ms. Thompson, my question wasn't answered.
Okay, Mr. Lal, I hear you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lal, the insurance, as provided for in the Environmental Protection Act, that's what we will be looking at. All right. And there's financial assurance as stated in the Environmental Protection Act, and that's what we will follow.
Has your question been answered, Mr. Lal? Okay, I think he left. I'm not seeing him. All right, so we will move on to Dr. Trotz. And I see Miss Mangal's hand is up again. And we have Dennis and Miss Fonda. Those are the persons I'm seeing on my screen. Go ahead and unmute Dr. Trotz.
Thank you and good night, everyone. I have 5 questions, and they're really about boundaries or time, geographical operations, and some follow-up on questions that others have asked that you have not answered. So I'll just ask them individually and get the answers and then go on to the next. How do you present an ESIA when you're still collecting baseline data, as is the case of fisheries, as highlighted by Mrs. Simon Mangle-Joy? First question, can we get an answer?
ERM?
Yeah, so we are still collecting data, that's true. And, you know, as we've gone through the different EIAs for the different projects, we've built on a collection of data that we have. So that's one of the reasons why the EIAs keep getting larger, because we have more and more and more data that we include in each successive EIA. So so when you say we're collecting baseline data, I mean the baseline that we use for each EIA is the sum total of the data that we have at the time that we write the EIA. That doesn't mean that we don't want more data for the next project, and that's why studies continue to be done.
How do you evaluate the impacts of your operations, including a spill, without consulting all communities that might potentially be impacted, including residents of other Caribbean nations?
Okay, well, I think we talked about that before, but I mean to reiterate, you know, what I said, we've conducted the consultation within Guyana, because this is a project that is being prepared under Guyanese law, specifically the Environmental Protection Act.
But you agree, based on your modeling studies, that you can have potential impacts in other Caribbean nations?
Certainly we do, and that's why we have included the information that we have in the unplanned events chapter, and particularly the transboundary impacts portion of that chapter.
So that in terms of evaluating the social impacts, social and economic impacts on the assets in the other countries, that was not done with any on the ground analysis or speaking with anyone there?
We did do a validation exercise in Trinidad and Tobago for the LISA phase 1 EIA, and we did.
Yeah, but we're not talking about LISA in this, right? We're talking about YellowTail, and you guys emphasized that earlier.
Yeah, that's true, but we have used baseline data that was collected for previous EIAs in many sections of the YellowTail EIA to your initial point about using as much baseline data as is possible.
So you have not conducted any consultations for YellowTail? Simple answer. Next question, how do you evaluate the impact of waste from your operation, including shore-based support services, when they will be dumped in a local landfill, unless there's another option that you're including, for which the proper functioning is unclear? And more specifically, is that we have no water quality monitoring data, or air quality, or any other type of data that's being shared publicly for Hags-Bosch, say water quality from stormwater and leachate, which does eventually end up in the Demerara River. We have no idea how this facility performs under future climate scenarios, which models do predict will be underwater. And so questions in terms of the boundary of your waste management considerations, which in today's presentation you said were extremely good. And so do you take into consideration the end point, the grave point of where that waste is going, and where does the liability that you have hazardous waste coming into a facility that is potentially not being properly managed for hazardous waste?
I can speak to that, Dr. Trotz. This is Todd. So the landfill that is used for the project is an engineered, licensed, permitted landfill. I understand your perspective on that, but it is specifically selected by the project team because it is licensed by the regulatory authorities.
I'm sorry, is this the Hags-Bosch landfill?
It is.
Mm-hmm. So you are basing your assumption that it's licensed and operating according to whatever Guyanese standards are. Yet you're using standards for effluent quantities and all sorts of other stuff based on world, EPA, US EPA, and other types of regulatory limits in other parts of your study. And so in terms of liability in that waste management process, if that landfill is failing or fails, and I'm not sure how you prove that landfill is properly processing hazardous waste right now without access to data, is there liability for you putting hazardous waste there? I'm just trying to find out where liability falls when that facility does not function properly, and in terms of how much did you do to understand whether that facility is working properly and can actually take the waste that you're putting there.
Eric or Steve, I don't know if you want to speak to some of the waste assessments, waste infrastructure management assessments that have been done by the company. It might contribute to Dr. Trotz's question, answering Dr. Trotz's question.
I live a mile from the facility, so I'm pretty aware of its functioning and how it smells, and the absence of water quality monitoring data, and the fact that communities have moved closer and closer to the facility, so exposure is much greater than what may have been included in its design. I take it we can't answer that question. So next question. Will your facility use shore-based services that require the use of radioactive materials? And if yes, how do you evaluate the impact of your activity in a country that is still undergoing training for managing a radioactive spill?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time, Dr. Trotz?
Will anything on the facility that you spoke of that's offshore, will any services be used on shore base that require the use of radioactive materials? Like, is anything coming onto that ship that uses shore-based services that use radioactive materials? And if yes, how do you evaluate the impact of your activity when Guyana is still undergoing training for how to manage a radioactive spill?
Okay, yeah, understood. Understood. I would like the company to respond to that when there is discussion of radioactive use of radioactive materials in the EIA. It's very limited, of course, but you know, there are very strict procedures in place for the management of those materials. I don't know, Steve Laws, if you want to respond to that briefly.
I think to answer your question of there are radioactive sources, I believe, in some of the multi-phase flow meters that are compiled or assembled with the well jumpers, which connect the well to the flow lines, and they are stored and installed at certain locations. And I understand that all the permits have been put in place for those with the government.
Yeah, so this is in particular because we're seeing lots of shore-based activities going into communities like Coverden and so on that are servicing the oil industry, which I assume includes the YellowTail project, and they include the use of radioactive materials. And those are, you know, the country is now learning how to deal with the radioactive spills. So I'm just wondering how you evaluated in your EIA that your waste management plan was great, given that there are these limitations in Guyana. And so that's the question on the boundary of the YellowTail evaluation. Another question that wasn't answered that others have asked is the waste products from the multiple wastewater treatment processes on your FPSO. Where do those waste products go?
I'll start on that one. So this is Todd. The comprehensive waste management plan that I made reference to earlier, as well as the cradle to grave study that prefaced that plan, go into the detail on all of that. The waste treatment facilities, the recycling facilities, the non-hazardous waste disposal facilities, to which each of those waste streams, or in which each of those waste streams are treated or disposed. So there's a lot of details to answer that question, and it's detailed and specific in the.
Yeah, could you just answer now? Are you bringing any of that waste onto shore?
Yes.
Okay, and it's probably going to the Hagsbosch landfill.
The non-hazardous waste typically goes there if it can't be recycled. Correct.
Okay, and you're also confirming that Hags-Bosch is licensed for hazardous waste. And the last question.
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. Not non-hazardous.
But earlier, when you said it was getting waste from it would process all the waste from your facility. You said it was it's engineered for non-hazardous waste.
Non-hazardous, right?
So
the hazardous waste is treated at a hazardous waste treatment facility to render it non-hazardous per Guyana regulation.
Okay, and so that I'll have two more questions. And the other question is, if the treatment of your hazardous waste at a facility, does your boundary consider that facility's operations? Because those facilities are currently trying to get Eia approval in Guyana, and again, they're being placed in residential communities or close to residential communities, and you have every single week or day public having to deal with our current EPA saying that those facilities don't require EIAs. So what is the liability or ethical responsibility that a company like ExxonMobil has, knowing that its waste is going to be processed in places that are pretty much not even having to do a full EIA? And should your EIA take a larger approach in terms of the boundaries of your operations? If you weren't pumping, we would never require that facility. You probably can't answer that one. So the last one is just whether Mr. Shyam Nakhtar or his company were compensated for any work used in this EIA for YellowTail process.
Yeah, the answer to that is no, because they weren't on the EIA team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trotz. Ms. Mangal, can you unmute and proceed?
Thanks again. Yeah, so I wanted to come back in because I was a bit bemused that every person who has spoken tonight were indulged to respond and to have clarity on their questions, but you sort of moved on from me. Not that I was seeking to speak for a long time, but I do feel that it is very important this is a legal record of this EIA. As you know, once you embark on a consultation, whether it's legally required or not, it forms part of that process. And I don't know if it was Mr. Todd or Wiley who responded to my point about not having a baseline for the fisheries as a perceived lack of a baseline. And I want to say, for the record and for the benefit of everyone else who is participating here tonight, that a baseline is something you collect before you attempt to do a project or an action that alters the conditions, such that if you were to come later, you would then be able to know how the conditions had changed. So the response you gave me troubles me, because you can't be continuously collecting a baseline when there are already activities going on offshore that are affecting those conditions. And so I am troubled because we are told that an independent, qualified consultant is hired to do this job. And if in fact something so elementary can slip by with such clear, you were very transparent about it, I am now afraid about what else has slipped by you, because you don't seem to understand what is the critical matter here. This is not an issue with fisheries about going on and doing studies. There has to be an immediate and urgent intervention. There has to be retrospective studies immediately to begin to look at catch per unit effort and how that has changed from the time you commenced operations back in 2015. And you are the first to speak about building on data. So we have to go back to the starting point and try to fill a gap, which is not the greatest way to do the job, but it's the only way to do the job. And I would like to say that for the record. I would also like it if following from what Maya asked, if you could just describe for everyone here what kind of toxic waste comes to shore and how it is treated. And what I have noticed you say repeatedly, it's international standards, it's by these standards, but you don't actually name the standards. And when you speak of Guyana, you say Guyana's law. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that just before July, the Environmental Protection Agency of Guyana did the most inexplicable thing. Just before they started the Gas to Shore EIA, they suspended the 2020 guidelines for environmental impact assessment. And by their own record, they had gone into setting up these guidelines because the existing ones were woefully lacking for dealing with the oil and gas industry. In fact, the study done by K&M, which was one of the gas to shore studies, said that. It flagged it. It said it didn't have the regulatory framework to handle a project like that. Now you are here with another EIA, and I'm hearing everything but which international standard exactly are you using? I think this is very important, and we haven't heard. The EPA said that they were assiduously working to consult and get those EIAs back up. And Kemraj, it is what, November? So I think you've got something on your plate that's lagging. Now, back to the question of radioactive waste. For the record, I want to ask this because there are a number of facilities that are opening up and around the country in residential communities that are handling various radioactive substances. And Guyanese, genuinely, this is very new to us. So we genuinely don't really know what's going on. And it would be very helpful if you can explain what that waste is, how it is treated to become non-hazardous, and then moved from wherever your treatment facilities are. So that would be very helpful tonight. But before going on, I want to draw your attention to the Environmental Protection Act and to what Maya was saying, Maya Trotz. You cannot cut off a piece of your project from an EIA. The Environmental Protection Act says it has to be the whole project. And so the EIA must consider all shore-based activities that make it possible for you to drill for that oil. Anything that you are doing that is essential, not auxiliary, essential to the functioning of what you're doing offshore is your project. And I do think there's a deficiency in the EIA right now. It doesn't really deal with that adequately. So I will stop there and ask you to explain to all of us, what is the toxic waste? What is its composition? What volumes come out per barrel of oil that you pump? And how is it treated and where does it go? Thank you.
I'm struggling to figure out how to answer the question because there's a lot of detail behind that last one, right? So there is a detailed summary of the effluent discharge streams, as one of the previous commenters described in great detail, that includes the volumes, the quantities of both solid waste and liquid effluent waste. The waste management plan talks about the treatment methodologies. I don't think you're wanting us to read it on this call. But it is in the waste management plan. It is described in the project description what all of those streams are. But we're noting your comment, and if there's additional information that would be useful, we can work with the EPA to provide more clarity on that.
Yeah, I can also just very briefly, if I can address the baseline question specifically. I apologize. I thought I answered it, but if I didn't, I'll answer it now. So we, with specific reference to the fish issue and the marine biological issue, we had 2 years of baseline data for fish, and that was collected in 2 different ways. That was collected with what we call the biological fish study, which was conducted from 2017 to 2019. So it was 2 study years. It was 2 dry seasons and 2 wet seasons. It incorporated the full length of the EEZ, if you will, from the deep water environment in the block all the way to the estuaries. Okay, and that was done from late, like I said, from late 2017 to early 2019. So 2 study years, and then we also collected the more fisheries related data. So not the biological fish work, but the fisheries related data also in 2 study years, and that report is included in the appendix. So we do have baseline data for multiple years for that particular receptor. And generally speaking, if you look at international best practice, it's generally accepted that when you have an environment that has a strong seasonal component to its environment, so a strong wet season and a dry season, you at least collect 1 year of dry season data, 1 year of wet season data. If you can get 2, that's better, but the minimum kind of accepted practice is at least 1 year of baseline data, and that's accepted by a wide range of governments and also lending institutions. So we did meet that expectation.
And just to follow up, Jason, as well, and on the radioactive piece, just making it clear that there is a waste management plan. There is the cradle to grave analysis that's on the EPA website as well. And radioactive sources, we don't just put them into the landfill. They get treated, and those radioactive sources go back to the suppliers. So we're not putting radioactive sources into the landfill.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mangal. Do you have any additional questions or clarifications? I see 2 other hands raised. We would want to give you the opportunity before we wrap up. We're almost approaching our extended time. Ms. Mangal, any additional concerns? You are muted if you're speaking. We can't hear you.
Sorry, yes. I just want to respectfully say to the gentleman who just responded to me that I read those 2 studies, and they were ecological assessments. They were not socio-ecological assessments. And nowhere is there existing any study in the public domain that is a baseline assessment of Guyana's fisheries. It's the nurseries, the catch, where they're located, the amount of fishermen, the value chain. There is no such data existing. And that is what you would call a baseline study. And why? Because if those people are now suffering, and they are saying they're suffering because you're drilling for oil, the absence of a baseline study absolves you from responsibility. That is very critical, and it goes back again to speaking to the credibility of the applicant and the professionals who are hired to work for the applicant. And what I'm hearing here, which concerns me a little bit, is you've been at this for a while. You are repeatedly being hired to do work for ExxonMobil, and yet the requirement is that you should be independent. Now that creates a relationship, a financial relationship, that is quite disturbing, and it comes back again to the credibility of what we're dealing with here. I think the EPA needs to step back and needs to think quite seriously about this matter, the process issues, but I am again saying there is nowhere existing, and I am more than happy to admit that I'm wrong. If you provide the proof, you provide the study that shows that a baseline assessment of the fisheries industry was done. Studying fish is not the same as studying fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mangal, and your submission is well noted. Ms. Fonda, we're at you now. You can unmute. And Gary, was that you with the iPhone? I'm not sure, but I'm not seeing the iPhone anymore. So it's Ms. Fonda, followed by Gary, and that will be the last two comments for this evening. Go ahead, unmute Ms. Mwanda.
Can you hear me, Candace?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so thank you very much. So big sigh, because what has come out just this evening in this one consultation is quite extraordinary. And to quote a colleague of ours, Jocelyn Dow, when considering all of this, that many of us here in Guyana, citizens, concerned citizens, we the people who own the oil and the resources, many of us feel it's as if the way the oil and gas program is proceeding in Guyana is like a big foot pressed against our collective neck. And we feel we cannot breathe, we cannot keep up with this drill, baby, drill, with the endless trend of an EIA not being required. Yes, we know Yellowtail has one, and look at how flawed it is. But the trend of no EIAs being required for so many of the related oil and gas and shore-based projects is unacceptable. So what do we have here now? It would seem to me that with all that is being said, and I know that several Guyanese feel this way, there needs to be some kind of a stop, of a halt, of a pause, because we have to take stock of what is going on here, all of the holes, all of the gaps, all of the unanswered questions, all of the insufficient and non-independent work, as people have raised here. It is irrefutable what's come out here tonight, that there are huge deficiencies and insufficiencies in just this one Yellowtail project. But as everybody has said, it's the trend. It is you can't just divorce one thing. It is the whole manner and the whole form of how this thing is unrolling in Guyana. Drill, baby, drill. So what did we have said here today? Just some bullet points. No completed baselines, a back-to-front ESIA, and a back-to-front oil and gas policy in Guyana, a very faulty ESIA, many gaps and holes, many questions raised right here unanswered, insufficient insurance, no assurance of any kind, it would seem, a highly questionable oil spill plan, a very insufficient, and it does not give any of us any comfort with a mitigation plan for the inevitable oil spill. It's gonna happen. You heard Gary Abood said how much hundreds and they've had in Trinidad and Tobago. That is reality check for us. The issue that was raised recently, independence, the disclosure gaps that continue to befuddle us, the Demerara River under threat with all of this transshipment of hazardous waste and God knows what else up and down our precious Demerara River. Residential communities being bombarded by hazardous waste and hazardous substances and radioactive sources, facilities being built up and down this place, East Demerara, West Demerara, you name it. No EIA is required for things that are in the middle of where people live. Maya made mention of Coverdon. We have Houston. We have one over at West Bank. It is unacceptable. Hags Bosch, all of us, I'm very glad Maya lived right next door to it indeed, Dr. Trotz. Hags Bosch, it can never be able to sustain or maintain or take on all of this dumping of all of this stuff. It could barely sustain itself now. Where is the, talk about baseline, where is the evidence that Hags Bosch is going to be able to have any kind of sustainable dumping of cumulative stuff over 20 to 30 years? Come on, it's not sustainable. We have no capacity in Guyana currently for any shore-based hazardous facility, radioactive facility. We have no capacity for it yet in Guyana. We have no training There's no scientific facility set up to do training, to monitor, to even to ready us for what this may mean in the middle of where so many of us are living, highly populated residential areas, as Covenant has said, since the last century, people living there with their homes. Right here, us at Houston, over 150 years, people living and making their homes and developing their homes and their families, church, school, playground, right in front of where this radioactive facility is being rolled out. It's a huge liability, a huge liability. Dr. Maya Trotz talked and asked repeatedly about the boundaries of Yellowtail in connection with all of these, with so many of these matters. Simone Mangel's questions have yet has gone unanswered. Mr. Glenn Lal of Kiteshore News has asked questions. They have not been answered. I heard Alfred Bulai ask questions. I didn't hear them answered. Janet Bulkan, Dr. Bulkan had a whole set of things in the chat. I don't hear them being answered. So I know that people, you're making an effort, these people, ERM. None of you are Guyanese. That's another thing. None of you are Guyanese. I don't understand what's really going on with the way these contracts are issued. But just with that little list, and there's so many other things that can be made to that list, Guyana needs to take a breath. Guyana needs to put a pause on this thing, take stock, let the ERM or the BRM do some proper work. We can't go forward without baseline. We can't go forward without a scientific facility set up in Guyana concerning radioactivity and hazardous substances. We cannot go forward with the way that Guyana is rolling out this very bizarre oil and gas drill plan. Not to mention that we are now going to be shamefully one of the countries in the world that will be emitting emissions, and spoiling not only our country and the beautiful blue Caribbean Sea and islands, but the planet as a whole. It is not acceptable. We should be hanging our heads in shame at the moment. And we gotta stop and take pause and get the act together. And there are other alternatives, may we say. As Danuta Radzik has said elsewhere, there are other alternatives. Have we considered other alternatives other than the oil and gas and the way it is being rolled out? I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wanda. We've noted your concerns as well as your recommendations. I noted Ms. Janet Bulkan's hand is up. Gary, I'll give her the opportunity first because we're winding down. So let's just give her the opportunity to raise her point, and you'll have the last word on the platform as it relates to questions or comments. So go ahead, Ms. Bulkan. I know you had some questions in the chat, and they were not addressed, and you would like to have those addressed. So go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Brower-Thompson. I want to just reiterate what the anxiety that many of us, or people, there are 76 people on this call. Of course, I know many of them are EEPGL and ERM and EPA, but there's still many people and many concerns. This is a $9 billion project. This is huge. It will go on for 20 years or more. I think, respectfully, to have a 4-hour consultation once is insufficient. And I would like ERM to tell us, maybe not now, but to think about it, how are you going to deal with all the questions which are outstanding and which is part of your obligation to compile as a result of these public consultations? I see nowhere in the EP Act, in the Environmental Protection Act, that the compiler, ERM, can arbitrarily limit the number or scope of questions from consultations. And, you know, offer those of us who are here, this is not our full-time job, but we are going to try to put our unanswered questions together, send them to the press, and ask you, ERM, to answer them within 30 days, so that we get the kind of assurance we need for billion US dollar and counting project that will be in Guyanese territory, onshore, offshore, as the sea rises, as the Demerara River floods and goes into Schlumberger, and we get another crisis. We have to live with that. And so I would like ERM to commit for us that they will answer our questions, all these unanswered questions, within 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bulkan. So I will address those in closing as it relates to the EPA from the EPA's perspective, how we move forward hereafter. Mr. Gary, you have the platform now. So you can proceed, and then I'll give some closing remarks.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Moderator. I wanted to compliment you because you've been very good tonight. I also wanted to compliment all of the attendees, especially those that have spoken, because in all of the consultations that I have been to, I have never experienced so many intelligent people with so many intelligent questions, with most of them not being answered. So I wanted to compliment the responders because you all have done, a world-class job of evading the meat of the questions and skirting the answers in such a way that, quite frankly, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, it's very disappointing. I can understand that most of you don't have any loyalty to the people of Guyana or the Caribbean, even to the point where you can't even pronounce Guyana properly. That's very offensive to me. But I respect and appreciate that you have a job to do and you're doing it in the way that you've been taught to do it by those who have come before you. I just appeal to you to remember that you do have a spiritual obligation to be a good human being, because we are really not against the extractive sector. It's just that the experience we have had has been so bastardly. And if any of you would care to come to South Trinidad and to walk through some of the oil fields where many of our European and American predecessor extractors have been, you would realize what you're heading into in the next 20 years. And right now, I know that many of you are reading about it, but actually walking through it and experiencing it firsthand, it brings it to light. Nevertheless, I would embrace any of you on the responders table in the best of ways, and I would embrace you, and I would appreciate if you would consider our comments and our requests in the best of lights, because none of us here wish any of you ill will, regardless of the way you pronounce Guyana. I really am saying it in jest because it's been a very difficult and long meeting. Very frustrating for all of us because we all feel that you have not respected our questions, even though you know that you haven't. You very specifically navigated away from the answers. And I'm asking you as a gentleman, as I know you are in your best of moments, to forget about your training and to remember that here we are, a citizen population that are accustomed to governments hoodwinking responsibilities in order to suck the oil, to suck the wealth, and much of it, as I said earlier, we're not paid fair value for volume. Oftentimes, and I'm certain that many people would not appreciate, but oftentimes funds are paid that don't end up where it should. So we feel very deprived and rubbed the wrong way. Nevertheless, I have to say thank God for COVID, because if not for COVID, this would not have been broadcasted online. And I think it's a good standard that we have been allowed to participate by this Zoom meeting. So now my questions. Certainly I reflect what Janet and others have said, that the questions that have been asked today, both online and verbally, should be properly recorded. Will they be recorded and produced as part of the EIA, as is required in Trinidad law? That's the first question. And will the answers be included in the EIA? I think if you did that, it would be fair to us, because it did occur, and it will show to others who may be forced to read the document how we have been treated and how we feel, because you have conducted this meeting and you have given these responses in response to our questions. And if it were on paper, we could all see it. So for the Guyanese officials representing the government, I would never forgive you if these questions are not included, because you are in fact Guyanese, born and bred, and you have friends and relatives who will be impacted and affected by this activity. And I think it's your duty not to lie, but to be fair. And it is not unreasonable. It is normal practice that questions and answers as per public consultations are included. My question regarding hazmat equipment was not responded to at all. And that is even before we were made aware of the very dangerous radioactive materials. So the question still stands and is unanswered. What training for locals and locals working in the company and locals working in the local fire and other agencies that will be forced to respond, and what equipment is being provided for company officials, and whether any would be provided for the Guyanese Network of Emergency Response, hazmat equipment. Thirdly, I am requesting and supporting what the previous questioner had asked, that all of the questions that are unanswered, and there are many more questions that will arise, would need to be properly vented and aired in the most diplomatic of meetings. And so I'm requesting not even one, but 2 separate convenings. It could even be as soon as Sunday. It could be Saturday. We are all available to work with you, and we know that you would be happy to work with us. So I'm requesting that we continue this meeting. It's far from over, and I think you would, I hope you would consider responding in more detail to many of the questions that we shouldn't be forced to regurgitate. It's there on record. So I'm asking that the meeting be read. The other thing is, I wanted to support the comments made by Diana in Jamaica earlier in the meeting, because here we are, and Guyana did send a contingent to COP26, and we are proposing to the G7 and that they assist us with funding to prevent and to fight against and to prepare for the oncoming slaughter, ecological and human slaughter of the climate change and rising sea levels. And yet Guyana is rushing ahead as though it doesn't exist, but strategically sending officials to beg for money, like paupers, like beggars in vagrants' clothing, to beg these nations. So I really hope we in the Caribbean don't get a penny. Trinidad and Tobago stayed at the...
All right, Mr. Gary, you're breaking up.
My closing point is that Simone had mentioned, and I apologize that I did not mention, that seismic surveys have been occurring. Well, many of you may not be aware, but we've had several strandings of dolphins and 1 or 2 whales and several leatherbacks and other turtles found way upriver on beaches. It's been going on now for a couple of years, and I've continuously been asking my Guyanese contacts about the seismic surveys that are occurring in Guyana. But I'm just wondering, those on the respondents table, are you aware of the impacts of seismic surveys? And if we had enough time, I would like to ask you what you're aware of before I say what I'm about to say, because it would have been quite a lovely trick. Nevertheless, the response that I'm going to give you, because I'm sure you would say that you're not aware, of the serious negative impacts that the seismic surveys caused. But in 2017, there are two separate peer-reviewed studies produced by separate sets of professors in two different areas of the world, both of which showed clearly that the microorganisms that live in the water are completely decimated within 2 kilometers of the seismic blast. Now, just let that soak in a little bit. I didn't say it. They said it, and it's peer-reviewed studies. So that we're not talking about the impact on mammals. And presently, the international standard for seismic surveys is you have marine mammal observers at the front of the vessel. And if the scared, tortured creature jumped out of the water or showed its head, you would tell the blasters to stop. Wait, I'm seeing a dolphin, I'm seeing a whale, give it time to run. But we still have, even though we know that the microorganisms, the krill in the water, are completely decimated, and notwithstanding the fact that they do have a swift regeneration rate, the fact is that the seismic surveys occur sometimes for weeks or months. So the impact is continuous and ongoing. And so I'm wondering if the Guyanese officials have any consideration or are aware of these studies, and if not, why not? You should be aware. And secondly, I'm raising the point that we've been fortunate that we've had these two studies, which have been relatively easy to assess and measure the impact. But on the planet, we still don't have any studies whatsoever on the impact of the microorganisms that live in the soil. And our fishermen here in Trinidad and elsewhere in the world have continuously complained that the traditional fishing areas, which we call banks, which are the areas where fish aggregate for a number of still unknown reasons.
All right, Mr. Gary, sorry,
yes.
We're way past our time, and I would have to ask you to wrap up quickly. So just take the next couple of seconds, because you still have the opportunity to send your written submissions to the agency.
Yeah,
so if you can just wrap up that submission, yes.
Thank you so much. I am wrapping up, and I'm so happy that you have stopped me twice because it's very normal for me. But nevertheless, I'm asking if you are aware of the impact of seismic surveys on krill and how you have dealt with that as a Guyanese regulatory body, whether you've been aware, and if not, why not? Because if you're not aware, I feel so hurt and disappointed because there would be a clear lack of professionalism in the examination of impact. And secondly, I'm asking that when you become aware of these two studies, which we will be happy to furnish you, although they're available online with a very simple search, whether you will ask the question of what is the impact of these seismic surveys on the microorganisms that live in the soil, or the slow-moving creatures like crabs and mollusks that cannot flee from the sound. I also want to make you aware that all the way back in 1994, some 26 years ago, a study was done in Canada, of which the province, the eastern province of Nova Scotia, had commissioned the Food and Agricultural Organization to supply them with scientists to conduct these studies. And Parkinson is still alive, and those studies show that every single organism flees at full speed in a straight line away from the sound of the seismic surveys. There is still very little studies 26 years after in the world that show the impact of this fleeing process, but common sense and those with basic biology and an understanding of fish behavior know that fish feed and hunt in schools. So if this study shows conclusively that the fish disperse in a straight line, moving away from a sound for full distance of 50 kilometers outside of the study range, one can easily understand that the schools would be dispersed after 50 kilometers and be very far apart, and so their defense mechanisms would be weakened. In 1995, there was a study that showed that, in particular, redfish the herring follicles, which they use to feed because the fish's eyes are on the sides and they hunt going forward using sound. The herring follicles continue to degenerate continuously 6 months after exposure to the sound. So as you can understand, in our region, particularly in Guyana, many migratory species come from the north, all the way from eastern Canada. They come down into our waters to spawn in the winter months. So this is not just a Guyanese issue. This is very much an Atlantic Ocean issue. And so I'm asking you to have the greatest of sensitivity and to come back to us so that we would be allowed to vent our concerns, and you would be allowed to gather these concerns and to do a proper examination, because we all know that the government of Guyana are going to rubber stamp this project. And so we are forced now to depend on your goodwill and responsibility to steer and to steward our oceans and our peoples to a sustainable level of continuity.
Right. So thank you very much, Mr. Gary. We hear you, and all that you have said has been or is being recorded. But we have to proceed to wrap up, and I think the number of persons still on the platform signals the commitment and your interest in this process, and we do want to thank you and commend you for that. I think the meeting was very instructive, it was constructive, it was insightful, profound, very excellent questions, pertinent questions, critical questions, and recommendations. And we thank all of you for your submissions, and please note that the EPA takes every question or every submission that would have been made here this evening seriously. So what happens here after, your questions, your comments, and your concerns would have been documented. The ones that were discussed this evening and previous meetings, they were physical meetings conducted across the coastal regions. So those will be documented, and along with other submissions that we will receive. So I'm going to tell you right now that you have until December 12th to make any additional submissions. We would have captured those, some of the questions, all of the questions and so on in the chat as well. But if you want to make additional written submissions, which the Act allows for, a 60-day period for written submissions to the executive director. I believe someone was asking earlier where the submission should be sent. So they need to be, your comments need to be submitted to the executive director of the Environmental Protection Agency. You can submit those via email at epa@epaguyana.org. by December 12th. So once those are submitted, yours along with the others that we would have received from the other disclosure meetings in the regions, as well as persons who may not have been on the platform this evening, but they would have sent in comments or will send in comments as well. Those will be sent to the developer and their consultants to address, and as well as the comments from the Environmental Assessment Board, the sectors, and all the persons who were conducting review of the EIA. So all your recommendations, your concerns, your comments will be taken on board as it relates to the agency's decision on the project. So I want to thank you all again very much, and remember, you can still send your written submissions by December 12th. And to the executive director of the Environmental Protection Agency. If you have, some persons made reference to links and research and additional information. You can also share that with us when you send in your comments and when you send in your questions too, if you have additional ones. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us this late. but we do appreciate your interest and your commitment to this process. So I will now adjourn the meeting and
And you see, one quick
go ahead.
clarification, just double check the date, the 60 days legal date end. I think it may be the 8th, not the 12th.
Okay. All right, I'll double check on it. All right. So it's either the 8th or the 12th. I'll just double check, but we'll clarify that for you.
It's the 15th.
Okay, all right, we'll just clarify the 6 days from the publication.
All right.
Would we be granted a meeting?
Pardon?
Would we be granted another meeting?
For the EPA, this meeting is complementary to our process because the Act make provisions for us to make the EIA available and for the public to send written submissions. So we've had this because we want to garner the feedback from you in a more intimate way, and I won't be able to make a pronouncement on that at this time. But we will take all your comments and all your concerns and so on into consideration and provide that feedback.
But I understand that. I appreciate that. But there are so many people on the chat asking for another meeting. And I think it's fair to say that we all feel that we have not had proper answers. So I'm asking politely, please, can we have another meeting? It's very important to us that we are able to interface with the respondees, and that they also have a fair opportunity to respond in a human way. It's quite different when we get a written response. There's no interactive humanity. So I'm asking, the moderators are all there. Would they object? If they would, it's so much better to tell us now. And
I don't think we're in a position to communicate that immediately. But if there would be another meeting, you would be duly notified. But at this point, the agency of you will be apprised of how your concerns, your questions, your submissions would have been addressed by the agency.
But they respond, but they have a problem. They could say no. I hope, I know it's been difficult for them and very abrasive in a way because we're very concerned, but
Mr. Mood, it's up to ERM if they wish to have another consultation. Yes. We here legally, we have until we'll clarify the actual date. Forgive me on that one. If it's the 8th, 12th, or the 15th, we'll double check on that. But if you can count 60 days from the 9th of October, and that'll give us the date of the 60 days end. We've had other public consultations on this one as well. But that doesn't mean we will not consider your request. We'll have to look at it. But for now, this is where it ends.
But
it's up for the ERM to decide if they wish to.
But I know that you carry a lot of weight, and I'm just wondering, what is your feeling? Would you be willing? Because they would take a guideline. If you go to them and say,
Mr. Aboud, I know you're pressing me, but I'm going by the Act. All right. What we've done here is discretionary in terms of having this face-to-face. The Act stipulates that the public has 6 days to make any submissions they feel appropriate. These submissions will be considered. The consultants, they have to address these questions in a revised EIA.
Yes, thank you very much. And with that, I want to say thanks once more, and we will adjourn the meeting. Have a safe and pleasant rest of your evening. Bye, everybody.